Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Teatime with Matt, Election Night 2024. Gosh, it's been all of 40 minutes since I last saw you all. Welcome back. For those of you just joining us, welcome. You missed the first half of the show. Go check that out after this. It was fun. We had a good time. So, for those of you who have just joined us, here is the current election news. Labour are forecast to win the general election with 410 seats, giving them a majority of 170. Seriously impressive. The Conservatives are down to 131. Reform UK Party Limited will have 13. The Liberal Democrats 61. The Green Party 2. The SNP 10. Plaid Cymru 4. And other 19. Now, bearing in mind, this is exit polls. I've got some facts for you here. 20,000 voters were surveyed at 133 polling stations. So this is a good estimate. It's not an accurate picture. At the moment, we have not had any seats declare. So we don't know what those first results are going to be. And we won't really have a picture of what's happening until a few results have come in. So we shall see. But it looks to be a very interesting evening indeed, and we will go through until I fall asleep or until someone declares victory. Hopefully until someone declares victory. East Coast Steam says Conservative loss of 178, Labour 419 plus 146. Are these? Oh no, these are the 1997 stats. I see, gotcha. Okay, so this is a landslide on par with 1997. So big night, historic night, and we're going to be checking in with the BBC throughout the evening to bring you the latest results. We're going to have some fun. We're going to have a laugh. I've got some news stories I didn't get to read out in the first half of the show, so we'll check those out as well. And yeah, it should be a good night ahead. This is going to be a lot more free-form, a lot more relaxed than the previous show, so not quite so much in the way of what's the word? Professional, well-formed content. That's the word I was looking for. I've got a flask of coffee. I've got snacks. I've got the remaining part of the non-alcoholic Prosecco. That's good times. We're in for a fantastic evening, I think. Thank you all for joining us. Who have we got in the chat room? Little Miss Tara Bear is here. Hello. M. Sharif is here. Hello. And yes, this is the Aperture Science theme. Tide Scott will be back after a shower. East Coast Steam is here. And Dalek Sek is here too. Thank you all for coming back. I hope you enjoy the next few hours. It's going to be a very exciting time. Who will declare first? We have 4 potentials. Blythe and Ashington, Tynemouth, Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West, Houghton and Sunderland South are the guesses. So we will see which of those declares first. We'll also be playing Teatime with Matt Election Night Bingo. If you haven't got your bingo card already, it is available in the Discord server. Head on over to the Discord server, click on the Teatime with Matt channel, and you'll find the bingo card there so you can play along at home. I will paste that link into the chat room in just a moment. Hang on. Here we are. Here's the invite, and that is now going into the chat room. Welcome everyone. There we go. There's the Discord server. Do get yourself over there and check it out. Grab yourself the Teatime with Matt Election Night Bingo card. It's I am so excited about what the next few hours are going to bring. It's going to be exciting. I'm guessing this stream will run through the night. Sorry, not tuned in for the whole stream, part 1. The plan is to run until someone officially says that it's a Labour victory, basically. Because you never know, the exit polls could be wildly inaccurate. That is one of the bingo things, by the way. Exit poll is woefully inaccurate. We'll talk through the bingo card shortly, and we'll have a look at our constituencies to watch, because we've got a few. We've got those first to declare ones, and we'll look forward to seeing what what the results are. Should be a very interesting evening indeed. Now, I'm going to play a song for you, and it's just a reminder that we will be going all night long. This is Lionel Richie.
Well, my friends, the time has come. Raise the roof and have some fun. Throw away the work to be done. Let the music play on. Everybody sing, everybody dance. Lose yourself in wild romance. We're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along. We're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along. All night long. All night. All night long. All night. All night long. All night. All night long. Oh, yeah. in your heart and feel it in your soul. Let the music take control. We're going to party, climbing, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing my song all night long. Oh, all night long. Yes, all night long. Yeah, all night long. Yeah, once you get started, you can't sit down. Come join the fun, it's a merry-go-round. Everyone's dancing their troubles away. Come join our party, see how we play. Tambolite said the moya, yeah, jambo jambo, wait to party, oh we going, oh jambo na. Tambolite said the moya, yeah, jambo jambo. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a party, yeah. All night long, all night, all night long. All night, all night long, all night, all night long. Everyone you meet, they're jamming in the street all night long. Yeah, I said, everyone you meet, they're jamming in the street all night long. Feel good, feel good.
YouTube's best and only, whatever the hell this is. It's Tea Time with Matt. Welcome back, everybody. You are, of course, listening to Tea Time with Matt's Election Night 2024. Greetings to you, Viz. Nice to see you. Greetings, Karen. Hello. It's lovely to see so many of you here. 7 of you. Goodness, you're all hardcore. It's lovely to see you. Welcome. We will drop into the Discord chat in a minute. I just want to do some admin-y things first. Blythe and Sunderland are dragging their heels, it would seem, because it's nearly 11:15 and we've not had a result yet. Hopefully not too long. As soon as that first result comes in, I'm sure they'll come thick and fast, so we'll struggle to keep on top of it. In the meantime, we're just going to have to fill the time. Some constituency results to watch here. Southwest Norfolk, Liz Truss's seat, where she is running again. Clacton, Nigel Farage obviously standing there, leader of Reform UK Party Limited. Basildon and Billericay is Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chair, is defending his seat there. What else? Let's skim through these. We've got a few. Lee Anderson is standing in Ashfield as a Reform. He defected there, of course, from the Conservatives and was Reform's only MP. Holborn and St Pancras, that's Keir Starmer's seat, that's one to watch. Islington North, where Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent, not a Labour candidate. Esther McVeigh is standing in Tatton. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, he is standing in Godalming and Ash. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House, is standing in Portsmouth North. Brighton Pavilion, that's the Green Party's only incumbent seat. That's one to watch as well. We're also going to be looking at Richmond and North Allerton, which is where Rishi Sunak is standing, and also where Count Binface is standing. I am really hoping they have done something genuinely hilarious, but we probably won't find that result out until about 4 a.m, we reckon. So if we're still around then, we will bring you the news on that. Jacob Rees-Mogg standing North East Somerset and Hanham. Jonathan Gullis, Stoke-on-Trent North, he's an arse. Chris Loder, West Dorset, also an arse. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, she's standing in Chichester. Yes, just lots and lots of things that we want to cover. These are the ones we'll primarily be keeping an eye on. Oh, we've got a declaration. Hold on. It's Labour hold Sunderland South. Let's note that down. That's a Labour hold, number 1. Okay. We are flying now. Fantastic. We've got that first result. Let's just... Here we are. Labour candidate is now speaking. Applause, applause, applause.
They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future.
Labour has held this seat. They have gained 7% of the vote. It is a 3.4% swing from Labour to Reform, according to the swim officer. Reform gained 11,668 votes. Labour won with 18,847. The Conservatives only got 5,514. This is, again, Sunderland South. Lib Dem, 2,290. Green Party, 1,723. So Labour win with a majority of 7,179. And that is a Labour hold. Our first one, Sunderland South. So let's tick that one off the list. So Sunderland South was the first to declare, Houghton and Sunderland South. And that was a Labour result. Okay, we're well underway. I'm backing against Reform too. Good. So am I. Boo, boo, boo to you. Anyway.
Which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain.
There we are. That's our first result. We're flying now. We've got our first result. It is Labour for Sunderland South. For those of you who've just joined us, they declared at, let me see, 23:15. It says here. So that's actually remarkably good. Well done, Sunderland South. That was incredibly fast. I would imagine that Blythe won't be far behind, so we will keep an eye on that. Let's just dip into the Discord chat now, where we're joined by a couple of people. Let's start with Lewis, who is in the chat room as Viz. How are you?
I'm good.
You're good. You're good.
How are you?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm excited about the evening. Looking forward to seeing what the results are. It's gonna be a good night, I think. Yeah.
Sounds good, man.
Does sound good, indeed. How are you keeping anyway? I don't think we've spoken this evening.
Everything's going nicely, I suppose.
Oh, that's good.
College has definitely gone very well.
That's good.
Distinction star, let's go.
Fantastic. Well done. That's amazing. Oh, I'm really pleased about that. That's fantastic news.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I dedicate this sip of alcohol-free Prosecco to you. Fantastic. Lovely to hear from you. Dalek Sek is back. How are you? Fantastic.
I'm alright. Finally got my phone working again, so I'm good.
Oh, good. That's good to know. It's nice to see you back. Do you think you'll go all night, or are you just sticking around for a little while?
I mean, I'm watching the Scottish one at the moment, and I do not want S&P. Straight up, do not want S&P.
Well, you might get your wish there. They're predicted to only obtain 10 seats. I'm not entirely sure where those seats are going, but they're not looking to do very well at the moment.
Yes! No for independence.
Oh, good stuff. That's nice to hear, someone who's enthused about it. That's good stuff. Oh, dear. And Dalek Giratina is here too. How are you?
I am terrible.
You're terrible. I suppose it's your birthday in 40 minutes, isn't it?
Yes.
17 is not old. You're fine.
It isn't.
It goes downhill in your 20s.
Trust me, I'm just me. Oh yeah, I mean I'm 21 at 10.
Yeah, it all goes to pot once you turn 21, mate. Enjoy this while it lasts.
I've been working on my Minecraft projects, and that's pretty much all.
Oh, fair dues. Ah, well. It's good to take your mind off things, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jacob Rees-Mogg is speaking from North Somerset, and we will, of course, not go live to him, because I don't want to hear anything that absolute walking Victorian pencil has to say.
How's Jacob?
One of my colleagues put it best. He exists in a bubble where it's still 1902, and even they think he's a bit regressive.
1902? You think he's from that close to us?
No, this is a colleague.
Oh, colleague.
That
okay.
colleague.
Fair enough.
I'd say straight from the Victorian era.
Fair enough. Okay, let's dip into the chat room now. Screwlove says, gross how Reform came second in Sunderland South, though. Yeah, although I've got to say not entirely unexpected, given the polling data we've seen recently. I'm thoroughly disappointed by it from a personal point of view, but speaking objectively, it's not surprising based on what we've seen. I think I made a joke about how a lot of Reform's campaigning is been done by Russian troll farms. I think a lot of that has been going on, but we shouldn't ignore the fact that they also do have a significant number of supporters who are real, genuine people, and some of them have been listening to the show tonight. I apologise if I've offended any of you. Yeah, so we shouldn't ignore that, but I think from a personal point of view, I'm just hoping they don't do particularly well, because the last thing we need is a extremely regressive right-wing party doing very, very well. And that's all I'll say on that matter for the moment. Hope Rees-Mogg gets the boot, says East Coast Team. Me too. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Speak for yourself. Life begins at 40, says Little Miss Tara Bear. Fair enough. I'll take your word for that. All I know is I'm 33 and I'm exhausted. So we'll see how we go. 21, I've got game controllers older than that, says East Coast Team. Dear, oh dear. Right. Let's check back in with the BBC. It's no new updates at the moment. It's still just Sunderland South as declared. We will keep an eye on that throughout the evening. Right, I'm going to play a song now. I believe this was requested by Nanny Nom Noms, so let's get this played for you. This is Stephen Bishop, and It Might Be You.
Lying on the sand, watching seabirds fly, wishing there would be someone waiting home for me. Something's telling me it might be you. It's telling me it might be you. All of looking back as lovers go walking past, all of my life, wondering how they met and what makes it last. If I found the place, would I recognize the face? Something's telling me it might be you. Yeah, it's telling me it might be you. So many quiet walks to take, so many dreams to wake, and with so much love to make.
It's been a long day. Put the kettle on. It's tea time with Matt. It is indeed tea time with Matt. Welcome back to our election night coverage. Still waiting for our second declaration of the night. An interesting statistic from the BBC relating to North East Somerset and Hanham. Jacob Rees-Mogg apparently has a 47% chance of winning the seat. I like those odds. Yes, we look forward to seeing how that goes down. Oh, anyway, right, we're just keeping an eye on the BBC because I want to try and catch the next result as it comes in. Let's have a little chat through election bingo. For those of you who have got your bingo sheets from the Discord server, the link is in the chat. I posted it a little while ago. Go grab your bingo sheets. There are several categories, so you've got 4 lines and 4 columns. You do the maths, I think it's 16. We are looking for certain things to happen this evening. So, Farage fails... Oh. Hello?
Hey Matt, it's me.
Hello, you alright?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Good. Did you hear your song?
No, I didn't. I just came into the.
Oh no! Oh nightmare! I literally just played it as well.
No, don't worry about it. As long as you played it.
I did play it, and it's a good song. So yeah. I'm just sorry you weren't around.
Yeah,
for
don't
it.
worry about it.
No,
So,
all good.
Just looking after my mum.
Right, election night bingo. So we've got Farage fails to become MP for the 8th time. Annoyingly, I don't think we're going to get that one, but I live in hope. Tory tries to spin the result as a good thing. I've not really been listening to any of their interviews, so we'll see. We'll try and catch a senior Tory at some point and see if we can get that one ticked off. Candidates drops out of count. I've no doubt someone will at some point. Lee Anderson loses his seat. I've got no statistics on that eventuality yet, but here's hoping. Count Binface gets more than 100 votes. I think that's quite likely, to be honest. Because again, he's been done really well in London with the first past the post system, like 28,000 votes or something stupid in the mayoral elections. And he's got quite the following on social media now, so I reckon people would vote for him as a protest vote, so we'll see. BBC broadcast suffers a technical problem. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Disappointing night, just in inverted commas. Someone is going to use that phrase by the end of the evening, guaranteed. Liz Truss loses her seat. Liz Truss, of course, is standing in the constituency of South West Norfolk. Labour declare victory before it's officially called. They've not... do we count that? Because Keir Starmer has thanked everyone. Hang on a minute, what did he say? Are we calling that a victory speech? Let's see. Let's roll it forward. Here we go. Starmer thanks voters for putting trust in our Change Party. To everyone who's campaigned for Labour in this election, to everyone who voted for us, put their trust in our Change Labour Party. Thank you. I don't think that is a declaration of victory. I think that is thank you for voting. So I'm not going to count that at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it if he says anything else later this evening. Woke. I've just written the word woke in one of these columns. That's totally going to come up. Rishi Sunak loses his seat. How glorious would that be? National result declared before 4:30 a.m. So this parameter is by 4:30 a.m. one of the major news organisations declares that it's all over. We've got enough results to say that Labour will form the next government. If it's after 4:30, we don't get that one. So we will keep an eye on it. Looks like Blythe might be about to call it, looking at it. So let's just fade up the BBC feed.
Absolutely. And with real jeopardy for many
Here's the
people
returning officer.
That struck me as a national victory speech as well as a MP.
Chris, we're going to cut you off. We're going to Blythe for a declaration.
I'd now like to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of Northumberland, and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
Here we go. So this is Blythe and
So
Ashington.
go up to the stage there. Sunderland South. Houghton and Sunderland South beat them to it. So this will be our second result of the evening. up there in Northumberland. And here's the acting returning officer.
That is quite a hat.
Best outfit of the night so far.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington
nobody's stormed off
parliamentary
yet.
constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate
Look,
was
White
as follows.
Tower is up to 6.
Here we go.
Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121.
Yikes.
Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blythe and Ashington constituency.
Okay. So, Ian Lavery, Labour candidate, 20,030 votes. That's a Labour hold for Blythe and Ashington. And
they beat them.
They did, yeah. Unfortunately, Reform is again in second place. This is not encouraging. But yeah, we will see how they do throughout the night. If they keep being in second place, I don't mind that because I feel like the novelty will wear off eventually. But that is our first. Yeah. That is our first two results. They are both Labour holds, and the Labour majority in Blythe and Ashington is 9,173. So not great. The turnout was 53%. It says here, which is disappointing in the extreme, really, honestly. I get the feeling that a lot of the candidates in this election will do quite well, not because they've had a massive turnout, but because they've had a really bad turnout. Because that is not an encouraging number of votes when you look at it. Yeah. Couldn't have put it better myself. Mate just said she's dressed for dinner on the Titanic. I like that. Reform finished second again, says Screwlove. Yeah, I'm hoping that's not going to be a pattern we see throughout the night, but I fear it will be. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what happens in some of the Tory safe seats, certainly, and see how that goes. Conservatives have lost 18% of their vote. The Liberal Democrats are down 3%. Reform have gained 18%. And Labour has only gained 2%. So, not brilliant in Blythe and Ashington for Labour, but they've won the seat, they've held the seat, so that's good. Screw says, it's sad, I work with a lot of 18 to 21-year-olds and none of them feel like voting. I had to force them, but there's no faith in politics. Yeah, I think this is the issue. I said this to a friend the other day. This will either be the highest voter turnout in recent history or the lowest. From what we've seen so far,
well,
I think it's probably the latter. Yeah, it's not good, and yeah, people should be engaged with politics and they should be engaged with elections, but I understand why they aren't. It's incredibly disheartening. But there we are. So we have 2 Labour seats held. That is 2 declared, 648 to go. We will see what's happening. Christopher Slight says, I did vote, but honestly no one party was good in my opinion. Well, there's always the Dalek Empire. Yes. Yes, so Blythe and Ashington, the swingometer is 7.9 swing from Labour to Reform. This is depressing, isn't it? Okay. We will keep an eye on those results as they continue to come in. I'm sure it won't be too long before we get another one. In the meantime, back to what we were doing. National result declared before 4:30 a.m. is one of the bingo things. If you don't vote, you don't get to complain. I believe if you turn up and spoil your ballot, that is your right. That is something you should do. By right, everyone should turn out and vote. And if they go in and draw a lewd drawing on the ballot paper, to express their distaste at all of the candidates, fair enough. Fully support you in doing that. 100% behind you. I think not voting at all, and I understand why people don't, but I think not voting at all, yeah, it's a difficult thing. Yeah, if you have the ability to vote and you know there's not a reason you can't vote, then and you don't, then it's not great. Anyway, back to the bingo. The last line is candidate demands a recount. We've not had any of that yet. We want to keep an eye on the seats where the result is really close, because there might be a request for a recount there. We shall see. Exit poll is woefully inaccurate. At the moment, it's too early to tell that. Hung Parliament, again, way too early to tell if that will happen. It's not likely based on the exit poll. And Rishi Sunak concedes. So Rishi Sunak comes out before the result is officially declared and says, we lost. We shall see if we get any of these marked off. I imagine we'll get some marked off. If we get a line either in the up or in the horizontal or vertical direction, I'm going to call that we have achieved election night bingo. Just a silly thing for us to do. But I look forward to doing it. So, Blythe and Ashington was a Labour victory. I'm just going to note that down on my seats to watch one. That is a tick. For Blythe and Ashington. There we go. I haven't got that one yet. Right. Okay. Fantastic. So, cross those out. We don't need those anymore. Right. Who is speaking at the moment? There's someone in the BBC Results Centre. I think this is a journalist, so we won't worry too much about what they've got to say. It's likely to be thoroughly uninteresting. But the results we've seen so far have been an interesting thing to read. I think we can all agree, and we'll see how the night shapes up. Let's play another song while we wait for our next result to come through. Here is Pulp and Common People.
She came from Greece, she had a thirst for knowledge. She studied sculpture at St. Martin's College. That's where I caught her eye. She told me that her dad was loaded. I said, in that case I'll have rum and Coca-Cola. She said, fine. And then in 30 seconds time, she said, I wanna live like common people. I wanna do whatever common people do. Wanna sleep with common people. I wanna sleep with common people like you. What else could I do? I said, oh, I'll see what I can do. I took her to a supermarket. I don't know why, but I had to start it somewhere. So it started there. I said, pretend you got no money. And she just laughed and said, oh, you're so funny. I said, yeah. I can't see anyone else smiling. Are you sure? You wanna live like common people. You wanna see whatever common people see. Wanna sleep with common people. You wanna sleep with common people like me. But she didn't understand. And she just smiled and held my hand. I went to flagship over the shop. I cut your hair and get a job. I smoked some facts and play some pool. thinks it's all such a laugh. Yeah, and the chip stains and grease will come out in the bath. You will never understand how it feels to live your life with no meaning or control, and with nowhere left to go. You are amazed that they exist, and they burn so bright whilst you can only wonder why. I rent a flat above the shop, cut your hair and get a job. I smoke some fags and play some pool, pretend you never went to school, and still you'll never get it right. 'Cause when you're laid in bed at night, watching roaches climb the wall, if you called your daddy could stop it. Oh yeah, never live like common people, never do what common people do, never fail like common people, never watch your life slide out of view, and then dance and think of school, because there's nothing else to do.
Changing the world, one tea break at a time. It's Tea Time with Matt. Welcome back. That was Pulp and Common People. You are listening to Tea Time with Matt, and it is our election night specials. No further results as of the moment. We're going to keep an eye on the BBC for that next one. We've had 2 so far. It is 2 Labour holds as it stands. I'm sure we will get more results very, very soon indeed. Dalek Sek asks, is going back to the EU good or bad? It's a good question. I think it does smack a bit of you going back to your ex who you dumped and saying, I'm really sorry, I've changed, please take me back. Make of that analogy what you will, because I don't know what to make of it.
Just because you say you've changed doesn't mean you have changed. I ain't gonna take you back. So, mate,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, there's someone in a reform shirt with a pocket square talking now. I'm not going to fade up so you can hear him, but he looks like a smarmy git. So.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Why is it every single person who speaks on reform's behalf looks like they're a privately educated, stuck-up, petulant moron with only one brain cell?
They're out for their own need.
Yeah.
Not to mention Snooty and their heads look like they've been sat on by a cow's ass.
Again, I'm sure there are some reform voters watching, and again, I apologise.
I mean, why do you think they wear those curly white wigs to kind of cover up those flat heads of theirs?
And so I'm getting my voice fed back. Whoever's got that on, can you just turn the volume down on the YouTube stream a little bit, please? He's got a quiff. What's that about? Quiffs haven't been in fashion since the 80s. God dear. Oh, right, keeping an eye on the news feed as well. A little bit of information from Conservative Charles Walker, who stood down at this election. He said that Reform's share of the vote is going to make future leadership contests challenging. It's going to be fiendishly difficult for us to come back from this position. It's not impossible, but the Conservative Party is going to have to show a level of discipline over the next 6 to 8 months that it's not shown over the last 4 or 5 years, over the last 14 years, I would say. Some data about previous landslides here. If the exit poll is accurate, Labour... Hang on.
Fail. I'm a real failure.
If the exit poll is accurate, Labour is set to win a landslide with a majority of 170. The figure is just short of the majority of 179 won by Tony Blair in 1997. Yes, so that's worth bearing in mind. We will see if that exit poll turns out to be right. It's looking pretty conclusive just at the moment. We will have to see what happens when the only smarmy eighth wits would go for Reform. That's why, says Solitaire. I'm not going to disagree with you. We're looking at counts going on in Barnsley and Stoke-on-Trent at the moment. Everyone working very hard. It's good to see. So many people. A shout out to all of the people who give up their time to go and work at counts. I mean, I know they're paid for their time, but they work hard, damn it. That is some hard grafting they're up to there, so fair play to you guys. Well done. No election night bingo results yet that I can see, so we'll keep an eye on the bingo card. If anyone spots anything that I miss, by the way, and thinks it's bingo, do let me know in the chat or in the Call the Show chat. Incidentally, if you do want to come and join our little huddle on the Discord server and get yourself on air and have your voice and your opinions preserved for all eternity on the internet, then I've just dropped the Discord server in the chat. Go join and do drop into the Call the Show voice channel. Love to hear from some of you if you feel up to it.
So, who are we looking out for next?
I'm not sure who is going to be our next seat to declare. I think that they've gone off that now. Now the normal speedy ones have declared. Just looking through the BBC News feed here. Some more data here. Labour majority will be the second largest since World War II. Which is quite a sobering thought. 2024 exit poll prediction compared with majorities for Labour, Conservative and coalition governments after general elections. 1945, there was a majority of 147. That's, again, second largest. And then 170 in 2024. That's the exit poll result there. I'm not sure that's correct, what they've said there, because we had 1997, which was 178. Oh, since, well, sorry, yeah, I'm being a moron, ignore me. I'm already on Discord, as I said over there. Oh, right, you are over here. Good stuff. Okay, good. All right, we've gone live to Blyth and Sunderland, where there's two eager-looking BBC News journalists who are clearly about to be approached to speak. Lots of nodding going on. Yep. No idea what's being said there. I might just dip in.
Lots of kind of indications here at Blyth and Ashington that we were just about to declare a few minutes to go, and then it kind of went quiet. Sally and I were messaging each other, actually, just going, who do you think it's going to be? But yes, we had our declaration for one of the 4 constituencies here that are having results. Ian Lavery from Labour winning, as you've been discussing. And interesting that...
Yeah, nothing interesting going on there.
Oh, yeah, she's looking eager.
Yeah. BBC journalism eagerness. Yeah, I swear they've probably got a WhatsApp group going.
Oh, they do.
I've made myself some filter coffee.
Hasn't been leaked yet.
And it's not...
I wonder what happens if it would.
It's, I've made myself filter coffee. It's not very good, so... I'm hoping the disappointment will keep me awake. But if not, I've got Lucasade in the fridge to fall back on and ice cubes. Yeah. Oh, dear. Right. Since we're in a bit of a lull, let's dip in and look at some of our news stories. Angela sent me one earlier, so I will open that up. Let's see, where is that link? There it is. In fact, I could probably open this while I'm playing the jingle, really, couldn't I? So shall we do that? This is a Tea Time with Matt election night news update. Our top story this evening. Celebrity environmentalist Fergal Sharkey challenges Milton Keynes Tory candidate to drink river water amid pollution row. The rock singer turned environmentalist is touring the UK ahead of the general election and has visited Stony Stratford, where he spoke to Conservatives about water companies dumping raw sewage in rivers and waterways, a controversial practice permitted in the UK to prevent pipe systems backing up. He highlighted the nearby water recycling centre in Sherrington, where he said figures showed 267 hours worth of sewage was dumped last year. Mr Everett, who is seeking re-election for the Milton Keynes North seat, reportedly dismissed the issue of water pollution, adding that he still swims in the local rivers. Fergal Sharkey said he may say there isn't no issue, but I say to him, drink a glass of this water if you think it's fine, and I will pay £1,000 to a charity of your choice. Labour candidate for Milton Keynes North, Chris Curtis, says, we've all seen the topless pictures of my opponent in the river. It's clear he doesn't take it seriously, but residents here do, and I'm committed to tackling this issue head on. Just like their attitude to local people struggling to get a dentist or GP appointment, or struggling to make ends meet with the cost of living sky high, this is another example of the Conservatives telling us everything is fine, while the reality is very different. It's insulting. Mr Everett has accused the Labour Party of scaremongering and says he receives monthly river quality reports from the Environment Agency and water companies. He continued, their reports show our water quality in the Great Ouse, where I swim, to be well in the range referred to as excellent, with monthly reports since reporting no pollution incidents. People in UK are tired of the local Labour Party trying to scaremonger over important issues. He added Labour had not invested any money from housing developers to upgrade sewage systems. It's under Conservatives our local authority has been directed to invest £25 million in upgrading storm overflows. Labour's only plans for MK are to build 63,000 houses, plans that will put services at risk and sit aside a record of failing to deliver infrastructure for our residents. I just want to see you drink the water, mate. I've got to be honest. Well, you are drinking coffee, that's the problem there. Indeed, I feel like this coffee might be slightly less tasty than our local river water, but it's
maybe.
probably a similar colour. Anyway, yes. So, yes. Yeah, river pollution, big issue at the moment. I've referenced it several times in videos and joke content I've made recently, but it is a serious issue, and it is something that is. I will openly say this now. This is not an issue that the Conservatives created. It is an issue they have exacerbated in the way they voted. There was a vote about a year or so back to bring in restrictions on water companies doing this. They voted against it, so it did not happen. So, yeah, they didn't directly vote to pour sewage into the rivers, but they indirectly voted for it. So, that make of that what you will. Still waiting for more declarations. Just looking over at the BBC, there's a very enthusiastic looking lady in Welling. I'll just see what she has to say.
Aren't really giving much away, Clive. They're just saying that they've had a good polling day and that we should wait until around 3:30 when the result is called. It is.
Well, I ain't going to wait that long. So, I don't want to talk to you if it's not happening. Anyway, so let's take a little peek back into the news. We'll keep an eye on that feed as we did before. Who let you loose with caffeine, says Lawrence on Twitter. My wife. That's all I can say to that, Lawrence. Live streaming. Let's see.
Do that at your own risk.
Let's return to news stories that I wrote down. A mysterious monolith has baffled police officers in Las Vegas after it was spotted glimmering in a remote mountain range near the neon-lit city. Las Vegas police said members of a volunteer search and rescue unit encountered the mirrored object near Gas Peak in the Desert National Wildlife Refuge in Nevada. Officers have no idea where the monolith came from and have said they expect social media users will try to solve the mystery. It's always up to social media users these days. You're the police, figure it out. Sharing an image of the discovery on Twitter, I refuse to call it X. It's the only time it's acceptable to then name something. Social media platform, Las Vegas police said, we see a lot of weird things when people go hiking, like not being prepared for the weather, not bringing enough water, but check this out. Over the weekend, we spotted this mysterious monolith near Gas Peak, north of the valley. The sighting follows a series of instances of mysterious shiny columns propping up around the world since at least 2020. In November of that year, a roughly 12-foot metal monolith similar to the one seen in Las Vegas was discovered deep in the desert in Utah. It was in an area so remote that officials didn't immediately reveal its location for fear of people getting lost or stranded while trying to find it. It was followed by sightings in Romania, California, on the famed Fremont Street in downtown Las Vegas, and in March this year, a 10-foot monolith appeared on a hillside in southeast Wales. There was one on the Isle of Wight as well, I think. Black monoliths, just waypoint markers for a higher being to keep track on our development. We're going to the moon again soon. So, yeah, it's aliens. It's always aliens, except when it isn't. I blame the Daleks. Suddenly, we might hear from the Dalek party leader later. We'll see how we go. This story is a particularly long one, so I'm going to skip this one because then we will have had our allotted 3. This is a page and a half, so we're going to move on to the next one. I'll summarise. Basically, the US Postal Service delivered a 100-year-old postcard to a lady in Michigan, and she and social media users are trying to find living relatives of the person the postcard was sent to. So, it's about average for second-class post. A woman whose home is a polling station has no worries about forgetting to vote in the 2024 general election. June Thomas, who is in her 80s, regularly turns her house in Winwick, Northamptonshire, into one of the UK's quirkiest polling stations. But Mrs. Thomas will not be putting any crosses into boxes on Thursday. She's already voted. By post. Bear with. Mrs. Thomas's house in the Daventry constituency has been Winwick's polling station for more than half a century. Midnight, got to be up for work, so calling it a night. See you later. Oh! I'm a bit behind. It's fine, we'll do it afterwards. Sorry. See you later, East Coast Steam. Thanks for coming. Right, voters tick their boxes in a hallway under a floating staircase, but Mrs. Thomas, who has lived in the old schoolhouse in Church Road for 54 years, does not wander into the hallway to vote on election day. She walks the 300 yards to the village post box and mails her vote. Mrs. Thomas says she was given a postal vote many years ago. She said she used to work as a polling station clerk for a local council and was given a postal vote because she struggled to get home to vote on election days. I know it sounds funny, but I've just kept using my postal vote and voting by post, she explained. I don't think I've ever voted in my house, even though it's at the polling station. I've already voted in this election. I can see why people might laugh. Voters across the eastern region will be making their choices in village halls, pubs, sports clubs, and in a variety of unusual polling stations, including a mobile library in a Tesco car park in Cambridge, the Hadley Old Fire Station, which now houses Artist Studios in Hadley, Essex, a porter cabin outside the Verulamium Museum in St Albans, Hertfordshire. I've mangled that pronunciation. A farm in Besthorpe, Norfolk, a function room in the Cliff Hotel in Galston-on-Sea, Great Yarmouth, and the Long Shop Museum in Leiston, Suffolk, which aims to preserve East Suffolk's industrial heritage. Elsewhere, voters heading to a polling station at the clubhouse in the Castor and Aylesworth Tennis Club in Aylesworth near Peterborough, might get a chance to watch one of the fastest growing sports in the UK. Club organisers say pickleball external sessions are due to take place on the club's heart court during voting hours. What on earth is pickleball? I have no idea what that is. Voters in Thelnatham, Suffolk, will place their cross in a village hall built in 1872. At the 2019 elections, votes had been cast at nearby Felnetham Windmill, which dates back to 1819, because the village hall was unavailable. The Fields Farm Shop and Cafe in East Bergholt is another unusual polling station. Owner Abby Clayton said she would not be able to vote while working because she lived in a nearby village and would head home to make her choice. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a Tea Time with Matt news update. If you have any thoughts on any of those news stories, do drop them in the chat room and I will read them out. That was the news, and we will surely return to the BBC to see what's happening. That was a Tea Time with Matt news update, and this is Sunderland.
For the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows: Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
We're just hearing the Sunderland Central result now.
Chris Ainon, 10,779.
Reform
Rachel
looks to have come
Sarah
second again.
Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731. The number of rejected ballot papers was 99. The turnout is 52.6%. And that Lewis Malcolm Atkinson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Well, beaming Lewis Atkinson there.
Okay, so we're just going to fade that out. And so that result for the Sunderland Central, that's Labour hold again with 16,852 votes. And again, Reform in second place with 10,779. So from the looks of it, Reform is pinching votes from the Conservative Party, which is not unexpected, given that the policies of the two are incredibly similar. But yeah, that is what it is. So we now have 3 confirmed results, 3 wins for Labour. So that is where we are right now. I am sure we will receive more results very, very shortly indeed. And we have officially have our first Tea Time with Matt bingo. Oh no, actually. Okay, I'm going to put this one to the vote in the chat room. Deputy Scottish First Minister admits tonight could be difficult. If exit poll is correct, it will be a very difficult night for the SNP. My bingo card says disappointing night, not difficult night. By vote, how are we going to allow that? My gut feeling says no, but what do you guys think? Looking in at the BBC. I want to hear what this Reform guy's saying.
And when you knock on doors, people say they are sick and tired of the 2 main parties that don't represent.
Yeah, I told you, privileged Etonian twat. So, I don't need to hear anymore. I've heard the voice. That tells me all I need to know. Right, so what do we think? Are we going to allow difficult, or are we going to hold out for disappointing? My gut feeling says no, but what do you think? I think no. I think that's cheating.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I say no.
No. Okay. All right. We'll hold out for an actual disappointing night. I told you. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. I thought we would at least have one ticked off by now, but yeah. Allow. Difficult. Okay, we'll sit on it for now. We might allow it later if time permits. I think no. I think that's cheating. And I can hear myself again. That's deeply amusing. Right, I am going to play another song.
Sorry about that. That's me trying to sort out my iPad while I'm trying to hear you on Discord because it just keep cutting down.
I see.
My phone and my phone's buggy. so I can like have two things working at the same time.
Okay,
So
fair
sorry
enough.
about that.
No, that's all right. No worries. Right, we're going to play a song now. This is traditionally the song we play on Tea Time with Matt whenever we do a show that goes on until midnight. It would have been at midnight, but we were busy. This is Bryan Adams' Summer of '69.
I got my first real six-string, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married. Should've known we'd never get far. Oh, when I look back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, I always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life. Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evenings down at the drive-in, and that's when I met you, yeah. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that you'd wait forever. Oh, when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. Man, we were killing time. We were young and restless. We needed to unwind. I guess nothing can last forever, no. Yeah. And now the times are changing. Look at everything that's come and gone. Sometimes when I play that old six-string, think about you, wonder what went wrong. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that it lasts forever. Oh, when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. It was the summer of '69. Oh yeah, me and my baby,
Bryan Adams there, Summer of '69, the traditional after midnight song of Tea Time with Matt, and formerly of Mud Radio. You're listening to this! YouTube's best and only, whatever the hell this is. It's Tea Time with Matt. Some interesting news on the BBC at the moment. There is a prediction that the SNP's Stephen Flynn, who is the party's Westminster leader, could lose his seat to the Tories. So that would be a Tory gain, which is unheard of in the way things have been polling recently. So yes, we will see.
Is this from a Lib seat?
Sorry?
Is this from a Lib Dem seat, or is this?
No, this is an SNP seat. The Westminster leader of the SNP, Stephen Flynn, could be losing his seat out to the Tories. Again, this is exit poll data, so it means nothing until the result is declared. There is, here we are, some stuff about Jacob Rees-Mogg there saying we have no divine right to votes. Funny that. There is some senior Conservative sources are very cross. Sunak announced a string of honours for former cabinet ministers such as Theresa May and Chris Grayling. He gave a peerage to Liam Booth-Smith, his chief of staff, and a knighthood to Oliver Dowden, the deputy prime minister. There is widespread disgust at the reward for abject failure in Rissy's dissolution list. Sir Oliver Dowden pushed for an early election and has been the worst deputy prime minister in living memory, demonstrating terrible political judgment. Lord Booth-Smith is the architect of the Sunak project and connived to bring down the biggest election-winning Tory PM in a generation. Sunak's pledge to bring integrity back to politics when he entered Downing Street has been proven to be a total lie. This is an utter disgrace. So the Tories not very happy this evening, is the sum up.
Unsurprising.
Yeah, the Syned Tory leader, or Syned, or however you pronounce it, leader Andrew Davis has told BBC Wales he's angry at Rishi Sunak's decision to hold a general election in July. I've no words that can describe my frustration at some points of the campaign. No one really understood why we were sitting here tonight instead of autumn, which he suggests would have given Tories the best possible chance. I'll tell you why. He wanted to get his kids into school in California. That's why.
Yeah, he wants to move to Silicon Valley.
Yeah, he's done.
Those sunny rays.
Yeah, he's done. He's going. He's had enough. He wants to get out of here as fast as possible.
He's a billionaire. He doesn't need to care.
Exactly. Doesn't need to care. Money buys you the ability to not care. That is my experience. So we've been going for an hour and 15 minutes. We've only had 3 results so far. They're going to start coming in thick and fast shortly, I think. He would need to bring integrity back to himself first. You can't bring back something you never had. Oh, dear. So, yes, no further results being declared at the moment. We've just gone to Glasgow. Let's see what Glasgow's having to say.
Referendum that John Swinney, the new SNP leader, had suggested it might be and had certainly hoped it would be. But it doesn't mean the issue has completely gone away. It does mean that there is no obvious vehicle for supporters of independence to jump on at this moment to deliver what they ultimately want to see for Scotland.
James Cook in Glasgow, thank you very much indeed. So many implications from the results as they come in. But of course, the biggest implication, of course, at this stage is that Keir Starmer is heavily on track to become the next Prime Minister.
Okay, so nothing new there. They're basically filling time. 647 seats left to declare. We will be seeing results coming in soon enough, I'm sure. So we will keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on the BBC News website feed to see if we can pick up any election bingo while we're here. Nothing at the moment. I'm keeping an eye for various things. We will keep an eye on different seats as well to see if we could get any easy wins there. Yeah, nothing at the moment. Okay, we're going to play another song. And I'm going to use that opportunity to go and top up my coffee, I think, because I've run out of it in my flask. I will see you in a few minutes' time. Here's the Proclaimers. I believe this was a request from the first part of the show. I don't remember who, but if you're here, I hope you enjoy this. This is I'm Gonna Be 500 Miles by the Proclaimers.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you.
In fact, forget that, because we are now seeing a result. We'll come back to
Change is
Proclaimers.
coming. This is the moment we press the reset button for the country to get our economy
Bloody hell,
firing
it's
on all
16
cylinders.
minutes past midnight. I better get to bed. Well, it was nice talking to you.
Right.
Yeah,
See ya.
you'll have a good morning or evening.
Okay, so we're getting a victory speech from what appears to be the Labour candidate for Swindon. We're not. I don't have a result for that yet. Let's keep. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, that's not updated yet. We appear to have a victory speech from Swindon, Swindon South. Hang on. Labour declares victory before it's officially called. I'm going to count this. Swindon South, Labour are already celebrating before the result. BBC reporter Julian Warwicker is at the count and tells BBC Radio 4 and 5 Live the Conservatives are expecting they will lose. Labour candidate walked into rapturous applause. Says Labour are absolutely cock-a-hoop already. If Labour don't win Swindon South, then the celebration that I've just witnessed will be highly embarrassing. It looks like they have won based on what I'm seeing on the BBC feed. So that is the first election bingo. Labour declare victory before it's officially called. I'm counting that.
And that sounds like a celebration too early. I'm very much disappointed for Labour right there.
Yeah, but it looks like the celebration wasn't too premature because it looks like they've declared it as a victory. We're to hear the details.
Oh, that's annoying. I was so hoping that was no victory. Then that would be even worse for Labour just celebrating a non-victory.
It would be funny, wouldn't it? But no, it looks like they have won this one, so that would be the fourth seat to declare. I'm just waiting for something to come through officially, because as it stands we're just getting what appears to be a victory speech from the Labour candidate. I have not seen any count information at the moment, so we will keep an eye on that. Andrea Leadsom has said that the strong showing of reform suggests perhaps we've not been conservative enough. I would say that's not the case, but then I'm not a voter for either party, so what do I know? Still looking at Swindon, no sign on the BBC feed of any result there. We're going to keep watching that, and hopefully that will turn up very shortly. Just keeping an eye on the website feed, nothing there either. It looks like, yes, that they have updated the count. Here we are. Yep, Swindon South, Labour gain from the Conservatives with 21,676 votes. Conservatives are in second place with 12,070 votes. Reform, 6,194. Green Party has 2,539. Lib Dems, 1,843. And Martin Costello, 472. What's this now?
For much of the day and for the rest of the night, there are many friendly faces here who we need to rely on for democracy to happen, and that's what's happened.
This appears to be a concession speech from, I can't tell, I think it's the Conservative candidate, so we'll ignore that. Their voter turnout was down, the Conservatives' votes were down 25%, Labour's up 8%, Reform up 14%.
So, can I cross off the premature victory then?
Yes, we can, because they were celebrating before it was officially called, so we can cross that one off. Job done. That is a 16% swing at Swindon South from Conservative to Labour. That is, yeah, cool. So we've got our fourth result of the evening. Currently it is a Labour victory 4-4. So, apologies for interrupting. Let's go back to the Proclaimers.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I haver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's havering to you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm working, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. And when the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home,
That was the Proclaimers, and I'm going to be 500 miles. You're listening to the Teatime with Matt election night special. Just having a quick refresh of the news feed. Doesn't appear to have been any update since I left, so that's good. I am going to leave you again though, because I didn't manage to finish what I wanted to do. So we're going to jump straight into our next song, which is Billy Idol and Dancing With Myself. I'll be back in a minute.
And the mirror's reflection, I'm a dancing with myself. When there's no one else inside, in the crowded lonely night. Well, I wait so long for my love vibration, and I'm dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. When there's nothing to lose and there's nothing to prove, I'm dancing with myself. If I look all over the world, and there's every type of girl, but your empty eyes seem to pass me by, leave me dancing with myself. So let's sink another drink, 'cause it'll give me time to think. If I had a chance, I'd ask the world to dance, and I'll be dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. When there's nothing to lose and there's nothing to prove, and I'm dancing with myself. Chance I'd ask a woman to dance, and I'll be dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. If I had the chance, I'd ask a woman to dance. If I had the chance, I'd ask a woman to dance. If I had the chance, I'd ask a woman to dance. Dancing with myself. 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 Dancing with myself.
Billy Idol there and Dancing With Myself, and we're just fading that out a little bit early to announce that Labour has held Washington and Gateshead South. So that is 5 for Labour. Let's see. Historically important Bell End Nigel Farage has said the 2 results from the North East shows his party is going to win many, many seats. That's to almost Trump levels of... what's the word? Delusional. He claims his party has received a higher share of the vote in those than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. It's almost unbelievable. What is especially unbelievable is the photograph that the BBC have used to illustrate this statement. I'm just going to save it. I'm just going to add it to the feed so you can all see this. Bear with me just a moment while I import the image. This is absolutely hilarious, and if everyone could just turn their attention to the video for just a moment while I import this. Here is that image. Anyone have any thoughts about what it looks like he's doing there?
If I ever see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bold decision there.
I see it now. It's finally got up.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
So I hear you're announcing now, Mr. Farage.
Yes, mein Führer.
Yes, my glorious leader.
I'm glad it's not just me. Anyway, back to some actual news. David Bull, actually leader of Reform. It's a historic breakthrough for a party that's just 4 years old. There are shy reformers who don't want to admit to friends and family because they are labelled in a very negative way. Gee, I wonder why. In the first Conservative-held seat to be declared tonight, we expected the Conservatives to lose 25 points, Labour to gain 4 and Reform to gain 17. In fact, the Conservatives lost 25 points, Labour gained 8 and Reform gained 14. This is just the kind of result that could be a sign of serious Conservative decline in seats tonight. I believe this is referring to the Swindon South result. So currently we have 5 victories listed for Labour. Conservatives have lost 1 seat. Labour have gained 1 seat. And that is for Swindon South. Let me just check. That wasn't one of the ones to keep an eye on, was it? No, I don't believe so. So we'll keep an eye for any other results as they come in. I think they're going to come in thick and fast now. We're sort of getting to the time of the night when the counts are going to be wrapping up, certainly in the smaller constituencies. So this is, this is good. This is good. Things are moving forward, shall we say. Let's see. Can we call him the lazy Nazi? Like I say, make of that what you will. I'm glad it's not just me. Maybe Childress he had integrity, possibly. Many seats, can I swear? Many seats, huge numbers of seats. We're going to have the most seats, all of the seats. Our results are going to be huge. This has just degenerated into a very bad Trump impression. It has no bearing on what we're actually discussing. And I can't seem to stop now. Can't stop. Won't stop. It's just huge. Okay, I think we'll leave it there.
Until I don't know anyone who. There's very few people who can't do a Trump impression.
Yeah, it's not difficult. Let's be honest. Oh,
very specific.
It's a very, very, very specific skill, that, isn't it? Right. So we've had. To summarise, we have had now our first gain of the night. All 4 results prior to this one had been Labour holds. This is Labour's first gain, and that is for, remind myself here, the constituency of, Swindon South. So that is the first Labour gain there. So, all exciting. This is looking good. I can't be asked to commit. Oh dear. I'm glad it's not just me who saw that. Oh, blimey. Sadiq Khan being interviewed on the BBC at the moment, looking very serious. Laura Kunsberg is doing the serious hand and frowning a lot. We're looking at the count in Hackney and in Stevenage. Again, beavering away those lovely, lovely poll counters. Good for you guys. You keep it up. You're doing very important. Kunzberg's just done a bit of a smirk there. Not sure what that's entailing. Let's just dive in and have a little listen.
One night to enjoy it. Tomorrow back to work.
Okay, Sadiq Khan, thanks. I know we have to let you go, but it's been great to have you with us here in the studio.
Right, we're going to show you in graphic form what has happened so far this evening, and that is that Labour.
Okay, this is just a summary of what I've already told you. We've got 5 Labour victories, 1 gain from the Conservatives. That is where we are at the present time. So, let's dive back into our music for a moment here. I am going to play a fun little song. This is Culture Club, Karma Chameleon. Culture Club there and Karma Chameleon. You're listening to Teatime with Matt. Making random nonsense since 2009. It's Tea Time with Matt. Just going back to the BBC News feed, we have 645 still waiting to declare at the present time. Excuse me, I'll just refresh the website. Nothing going on here. Now, here's an interesting one. Welwyn Hatfield, which is one of our ones to watch. This is Grant Shapps' seat, the current Defence Secretary. Could be about to lose his seat because the exit poll just gives him a 6% chance of winning. Sources close to Shapps say he's the underdog but alive. They're still holding optimism, but they're also being realistic. It's a big hill to climb. Exit poll places Reform in third place. Party says it's feeling positive. Labour, on the other hand, isn't giving anything away except to say they've had a good polling day. That, again, is the news coming out of Grant Shapps' seat, which is Welwyn Hatfield, looking like he is predicted to lose his seat there. So that is potentially an exciting development. We will keep an eye on developments in Welwyn Hatfield. Anything else coming out on the news feeds here? First results are in line with the exit poll, says Professor Sir John Curtis. The rise in Reform support, although substantial, up 13 and 18 points, is actually a little bit less than we were expecting, and therefore, conversely, the decline in Conservative support is rather less. These are Labour seats, and therefore normally we wouldn't be expecting the Conservative vote to fall that heavily, but they're also heavily Leave areas, so we were anticipating Reform would put in a strong performance and push the Tory vote down. That's the other thing. We are looking at these constituencies sort of in isolation, but we do need to remember that some areas were more heavily Leave voters in the 2016 Brexit referendum, and others were more heavily Remain. I think the Remain constituencies are more likely to not swing to Reform. They might swing to Labour or Lib Dem or somewhere else, whereas the people who voted to Leave, having seen Brexit happen, are more likely to put their support that way, I suppose. That's one way of looking at it. I think that's a very good point, something to bear in mind as we see the results come in later. No further results at the moment. We're just this is a lot of speculation. Oh, hold on 1 second. This is Newcastle Central have just declared. It is a Labour... Oh, sorry, just clobbered the microphone. This is a Labour hold. Labour hold with 18,875. Reform in second place again with 7,815. Again, not such a swing as would necessarily be the case in some of the other results. So we've got 6 results now. Is an 11% swing to Reform, and the Conservative have 16% less of the vote, and Labour is also down 14%, but they have held the seat. So, yeah, interesting results coming out there. It is a 12% swing from Labour.
Before the Labour vote came out, I thought that that Reform had taken Newcastle Central, but that doesn't seem right.
No, all good. Yeah, it's a 12% swing from Labour to Reform. But again, not enough to take them the seat. And again, as I was saying just now, I think Newcastle is another one of those sort of heavily Leave voting areas from 2016. So worth bearing in mind that is the case. And I think we will see constituencies that maybe were more heavily Remain will see that Reform will not do so well. So, unknown. We shall see how the night turns out. Reform yet to win a seat yet, but then again, neither has anyone else. It's 6 declared, 6 for Labour. And again, 5 holds, 1 taken from the Conservatives. So, interesting thing. He didn't defend very well then, did he? That is a very good point. Well made. I'll take that. Oh, dear. Right, so Conservatives forecast to lose 241 seats, according to the exit poll. Liberal Democrats forecast to gain 53. I'm just reading this information off of the BBC News feed as it scrolls up. SNP forecast to lose seats to Labour, which is not entirely unexpected, to be honest, given all of the upheaval within the party. in recent weeks and months. So, yeah, we will see there. We're just looking at counts in Suffolk and Basildon there. I don't know if that means we're getting close in either of those constituencies, but we will keep an eye on that as it comes in. Laura Koonsberg has found something highly amusing there. Not sure what. The swingometer. Jeremy Vine is standing in the swingometer. Let's have a listen to the swingometer.
Just explain, the swingometer measures the movement of votes between parties from one election to another, and if the proportion of votes stays the same, then the swing would be 0, and you can see the needle here, and if that were to be the case, then all the red seats stay red and all the blue seats stay blue. It's not going to be 0 after tonight. We were listening, weren't we, to Robert Buckland. You can see over here his seat would fall on a 6% swing. There it is, Swindon South. And
Milton Keynes North just cropped up, so I'm taking that as a win. It's not my seat, but it's close enough.
And we can measure the actual swing, not the exit poll now. This is the actual swing. So let's just move it and see what's happening. Before we look, 12.7% is the swing required for a majority of one. If you have 12.7%, Labour have it in every single seat. They get a one-seat majority. Where are they now? Just slightly shy of 11%.
Lots of numbers, basically, is what I'm hearing there. Right.
Oh, they're doing the thing.
They're doing a thing. Hold on.
Oh, it's the what is it? What is the thing they use in casinos?
Oh, like the roulette wheel.
Oh yeah, the roulette. Yeah, that.
Yeah, well,
yeah. It's like this.
Yeah. it's kind of a bit like that. Yes. Let's see. Here we are. Labour sources pour cold water on predicted reform gains. This is Henry Ziffman, the chief political correspondent for the BBC. Some of the 13 seats forecast for reform would come from Labour. Labour are dousing cold water on that. An authoritative party source tells me our data is suggesting reform will not win many of the seats that the exit poll suggests. They will get less than 13 seats. Let's see. It will be interesting to see how this goes. We will keep an eye on it, and of course, if we get any results, we will tell you. Conservatives Jacob Rees-Mogg calls it clearly a terrible night for the party. That's not a disappointing night. I don't think that counts. We may come back to that if we don't get any disappointing. Let's see. Labour are confident of winning key 2019 Tory seats. This is Coletta Smith reporting from Stoke. Says, hello from the capital of the 2019 Boris Brexit swing. I'm in a sports hall here in Stoke with more than 200 count staff cracking on with the job, counting 3 different constituencies. Labour team are striding about, confident of winning 2 of the 3 and think they may well clinch the 3rd in Stoke South, which would be an enormous swing in their favour. Hang on a minute. That's one of the ones I was keeping an eye on, isn't it? Hold on. Stoke-on-Trent North. That may be... that's Jonathan Gullis's constituency. That might be one of the 3. Not 100% sure. We'll keep an eye on that one. There's a new post just emerged here. Reform again comes second in pro-Leave Labour seat. Again, yeah, this is following the pattern we've seen over the rest of the evening. Yeah, still no results coming up. Is the person who requested Yellow Submarine still here, by the way? Because if they are, I will play that next. If not, I will skip it because I'm not a huge fan of the Beatles. So let me know if any of you did request that. Some new interviewees come into the BBC studio. It all looks very jolly. Let's just have a quick dive in.
Right, we're going to go to Islington. And Helena Wilkinson, who's standing by there. And that is, I'm assuming that's Islington North for the Jeremy Corbyn count. Oh, I got that wrong. I've got that wrong. Oh, no, I've got that right.
Poor Clive has lost the lot, and it's not even 1 a.m.
Expecting 2 declarations here for Islington North, Jeremy Corbyn, and also Islington South and Finsbury. What I'm going to do is step out of the camera because I'm sure you want to see Jeremy Corbyn on the count floor. Get a better view of him. You can see.
I can see we have 10 viewers, by the way. Do give us a shout out if you're watching, and come talk to us. This format works much better if you talk. So do come say hi if you're still with us.
keen to probably get a move on and get the declarations out of the way. But this is a unique battle here because Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against the Labour Party, the party which he was once leader of. And as I say, it is a very unique battle. Now, in terms of how his team are feeling, well, I think they are feeling positive.
Shout out from Little Miss Tara Bear. Hello, good to see you still here.
Talk to us yet, because I think the result.
I think this is a lot of speculation. We're not going to dwell on this. No one has claimed Yellow Submarine, so it's coming out of the list. I'm going to play a much better song, I think. Let's play.
Yellow Submarine was mine.
Oh, it was your. Oh, I do apologise. I will put that right back in and we'll play it then. I am so sorry.
Thank you. No, it's fine.
That's all right. I couldn't remember who was here and who wasn't, and no one claimed it. Except not a huge Beatles fan, but if you want to hear it, we'll play it. I'm not adverse to that.
All right.
Okay, right. Here we are then. This is the Beatles and Yellow Submarine. Here we go.
In the town where I was born lived a man who sailed to sea, and he told us of his life in the land of submarines. So we sailed onto the sun till we found the sea of green, and we lived beneath the waves in our yellow submarine.
Changing the world, one tea break at a time. It's Tea Time with Matt. That was the Beatles and Yellow Submarine, and that goes out to the tired Scot. And again, sorry for removing it initially. Quick look in the chat room. Karen Vaughan says the lunatics are still here. I like that, the lunatics. We have a chopper to 166 at Bury Bolton Street going on the other phone whilst waiting for any new updates. Oh, I'm thrilled about that. Don't like yellow very much. Can I live in a green submarine? Asked Little Miss Tara Bay. Of course you can. Of course you can. You can live in any submarine you want. Any submarine you like. Why on earth not? Anyway, let's welcome. What are we welcoming? I don't know. Where's the failure jingle?
Fail. I'm a failure.
Still waiting on another result. Let me see here. Some news from Professor Sir John Curtis. There was widespread expectation that turnout would fall in this election. Early results are consistent with that. To that extent, we may discover we're heading towards one of the lowest voter turnouts of general elections in post-war electoral history. Some more news coming from Godalming and Ash, which is Jeremy Hunt's seat, the current Chancellor. It is predicted that he will lose his seat. He could become the first Chancellor in history to do so.
Sorry, Jeremy Hunt's to do what?
To lose his seat.
Oh, good.
He could be the first Chancellor in history to lose it, according to the exit poll. They are against convention for that particular counting house, counting Godalming and Ash first. They're hoping to declare a result by 4 a.m. So we will keep an eye on that. But the suggestion is that Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, will lose Godalming and Ash. So, again, interesting stuff coming out. Well, that's one of the ones I did want to keep an eye on as well. So we will continue bringing news of that. Some mention on the BBC website about Labour's nervousness in some of its constituencies about a Muslim protest vote over Gaza. Aleem... I'm going to completely bungle this pronunciation. I'm so sorry. Aleem Makboul from Rochdale has said, given the national picture, Labour's nervousness in about 20 stronghold constituencies is all the more fascinating. Most of them have a large Muslim population where a protest vote against the way Keir Starmer has dealt with the Gaza crisis could spoil the party for some Labour candidates, including a few big names. Polls have been tight here in Rochdale, where George Galloway is looking to defend his February by-election win, but also look out for results in Birmingham, Lancashire, Bradford constituencies, as well as Luton North and South, Slough and Leicester South. Some independents are standing on a Gaza platform, are a threat, and of course so is Galloway's Workers' Party of Britain here in Rochdale. So again, interesting angle on that. Gaza obviously a big topic of conversation at the moment. There's still ongoing violence in that region of the world. It's horrible. I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but it is an issue, and I feel we have to acknowledge it. And as Aleem has said here, it is obviously something that is making its way to the ballot box. So again, something worth noting and looking out for. No further results at the moment. There is a graphic just gone up on the BBC screen that says Labour could potentially gain 18% of their votes in Scotland, 47% of the vote in the current seats that they have gained so far. 6 out of 650 have declared. No new news at the moment. This is tedious, isn't it? It will hot up as the night goes on, I think. I think we're still in the very early stages of the counts at the moment. So I think once we sort of get into the early hours of the morning, things will start to hot up very quickly. That was me, by the way. I forgot I have a different name here and on YouTube. Oh, that's fine. Personally tracking it here, and I'm just reading from the Discord server at this point. I'm filling time because there's nothing to say. We're looking at the Hackney and Islington counts on the BBC News feed now. I'm not sure who this lady talking is. Let's have a quick listen.
They rejected like all the stuff around the PPE scandals. And so what we need to do is govern very differently from a government that's been roundly rejected by the public, and that's what we have to take from this.
What do you make of what we were just hearing from our colleague?
I recognise the lady, but I don't know her name. I believe she is a Labour candidate, and what she's saying there is that the Labour government, if indeed one is formed at the end of this evening, is that they need to govern differently from how the Conservatives governed. In other news, Pope is declared to be a Catholic. So let's take another look at the BBC News feed. No update there. We'll keep an eye on it. Corbyn arrives at the vote count in Islington is the latest thing. But we knew that already because we saw it on the news. Yeah, nothing of note happening just at the moment. We'll keep checking the feed. We'll keep checking the BBC news coverage. And we will bring you updates as they occur. Still nothing for the old Teatime With Matt election night bingo. No one said woke yet. No one said it's a disappointing night. National result hasn't been declared, but then we've only had 6 declarations, so that would be particularly... what's the word I'm looking for here? That would be particularly ambitious to have declared that at that point. How are the Dalek Party doing? No seats currently. I am told from the voices in my head that we will be joined by a representative of the Dalek Party at some point this evening. We may even be joined by the Dalek Supreme Party leader himself at some point to get his view on how things are progressing. As we say, no actual victories for the Dalek Party as of yet, but then they do very much fall under the other in the statistics, I think. So, on a less canon-y note and a slightly out of character moment here, there are people commenting over on the main channel on the Vote Dalek videos that they have genuinely written Vote Dalek onto the ballot paper. I would love some statistics on that. I wonder if I could do a Freedom of Information request to ask how many people wrote Vote Dalek on the ballot paper. That would be amazing to know. Oh, I don't know. That may be considered a vexatious request. I'm not sure. I've dealt with a few vexatious Freedom of Information requests in my time, so we will see. I probably won't, let's be honest. Right, what song shall we play next? If you have any requests, by the way, do chuck them into the chat room. We'll look and see if I can play those for you. Up next, let's do this one. This is Neil Diamond and Sweet Caroline.
Where it began, I can't begin to knowing, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never was, but now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only 2. And when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to
YouTube's best and only, whatever the hell this is. It's Tea Time with Matt. You are indeed listening to Tea Time with Matt, and this is election night 2024. Some news coming in on the BBC website. It's currently too close to call in the Conservative chairman's seat. That is, he says, scrolling through his list of seats to watch. Tory party chairman, come on, where are you hiding? That is Richard Holden, and that is in the constituency of Basildon and Billericay. Too close to call at the moment. We have no update on that. Conservative Robert Buckland, who is the gentleman who lost his seat earlier, I believe that is the Bristol South MP, he's criticising his colleagues, saying he's fed up of performance art politics. I've watched colleagues in the party strike poses, write inflammatory op-eds, and say stupid things they know they have no evidence for instead of concentrating on their job, he says. He says he wants the party to get back to the ethos of doing stuff well and being competent. Good luck. I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position, he adds, saying the party is facing electoral Armageddon and it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb. Oof. Harsh. Harsh. Let's see. Lib Dem's saying they're on course for a once-in-a-century result. That's the spirit, guys. Keep it up. Greens seem to be performing particularly well in places where the population is relatively young. Their success in these places might help explain why Labour's share of the vote nationally might be less than 40%. However, the Greens may still only pick up 2 or 3 seats, despite recording their highest ever general election vote share. No new results coming in yet that I can see. Count Binface is on the news. He is talking to someone in North Allerton. There's also live pictures from Bristol and Islington. Just want to check in and see if no, we're not hearing anything from North Allerton at the moment. But good to see Count Binface appearing on the screen there. May I suggest Genesis Land of Confusion to fit into the playlist? And greetings, Amandithorn Oakenshield. Will you react to my videos, says Super Duper Monkey Ball Banana Grass plays your role? I don't tend to do reaction content, to be honest. It's not really my thing, because I'm not very good at it and never have anything interesting to say. What else is happening? Nothing new. It's all still very boring. I will add Land of Confusion into the playlist now because I love Genesis and I fully agree with your pick there. So let's grab that, drag that into the old Spotify playlist. Where are ya? Come on, stop hiding. Where have we got to? We've done Sweet Caroline. There we go. We'll play that after the next one. There we go. Right, sorted. What else is happening? Nothing new on the website. Kinnock singing and dancing at Labour result. Former Labour leader Neil Kinnock tells Radio 4 and 5, rejoice, rejoice, but even the rejoicing is tinged with concern about what our new government will face, and that's a sobering thought. I'm going to give myself an evening of pure ecstasy. Nothing gets in the way of that. I'll be singing and dancing, but then the singing and dancing will stop and the governing will start. Tears from Labour in Bristol, where Greens could win. I'm in Bristol Central, says Katie Razzle, who's the culture editor, where Labour Shadow Secretary Thangham Debonair is facing a battle to keep her seat against Green Party co-leader Carla Denyer. I have to say, the only party in the sports hall looking confident and happy, and that is not the party predicted to win a landslide in this general election. I've been told the Greens are storming it in this seat, and there are some tears in the Labour camp. Ooh. Interesting. From the Haze by Daytona Heat is another song request from the Tired Scott. I will stick it in the playlist. Why on earth not? Let's see. Hang on. Here we are. It's got to be on here somewhere. Here we go. No, I can't seem to find that one on Spotify. Can you send me a YouTube link and I will see if I can find it. Any new update here? There's some live coverage from King's Cross. Fiona Bruce is standing by there. The Count in North Allerton is still going well. There's Count Binface again, appearing on the screen. This is really one of the only countries in the world where a man with a bin on his head can stand for election in the same constituency as the Prime Minister, and everyone just acts like it's normal. I love it. I love this country sometimes. Right. No. Oh, hang on a minute. There's another result coming somewhere. Hold on. Let me see here. We appear to have 7 seats.
I sent it to you.
So I'm not clear where that has come from. That's just popped up on the BBC News website. Let's see. Ian Duncan-Smith not out of the race for Chingford. It says Emma Simpson, who's reporting from Chingford and Woodford Green. It has a 99% chance of losing his seat, but we're hearing that it's a much tighter race thanks to a big potential split in the Labour vote. The original Labour candidate is standing as an independent, and the feeling here is it looks increasingly like a 3-way split. There's a few tense faces at the Feel Good Leisure Centre in Walthamstow. I don't know where this number 7 result has come from. It appears to be a victory for Labour. It looks like a Labour hold because the figures are not showing as a gain or a loss anywhere else at the moment. But there's nothing on the feed showing that there has been a victory declared. So I think perhaps the numbers have been updated, but the story has not. We will keep an eye on that and bring you that result as soon as we know. Right, let's see. Anything else happening in the world? Lots of things happening in the world, obviously. Let's see here. Anything here? No, can't see anything new there. Let's see. No, still no update on that potential seat. We will keep an eye on that as soon as I know what that result is from. If anyone has any information from elsewhere in the meantime, please do let us know. We will keep an eye. I'm not to say I've got no information on this. It's literally just an update of the figures. There's nothing on the website, and the BBC One coverage hasn't updated anything either. So we will keep an eye on that, and we will bring you the details of that. What appears to be a Labour hold, so it's a Labour seat in the previous election 2019. It appears to have been held by Labour, but we don't know what seat yet. So as soon as we have that information, I will pass it on. Oh, it looks like something is updating on the BBC News website. This is a Puff article, so we're not going to bother reading that. I got excited for a moment there. We don't appear to have any information. While we're waiting on that, here's Supergrass. Supergrass and All Right there. You're listening to Tea Time with Matt. Changing the world, one tea break at a time. It's Tea Time with Matt. An update on that mysterious Labour result. Labour has held Gateshead Central and Wickham. No update on that on the BBC One feed yet. That news has just popped onto the BBC website in the last 2 minutes, and we had an update from Karen Vaughan as well saying the same thing. Song request Thunderchild from War of the Worlds. Good choice, very good choice. Yes, I'm going to pop that in as well. That is a very good song choice. Now, one of the stories that was also updated on the BBC website is from Sam Hannock, who is the live page editor. He's got an estimated declaration thing here. So the peak of declarations will be at around 3:30 in the morning. That's when we're likely to see the highest number of declarations. So we will watch for that. And we will let's see. We will watch for that around 3:30. We should start to see a spike at around 1:30, 2 a.m, and then a large spike at 2:30. Big spike at 3 a.m. Huge spike at 3:30. Spike at 4 a.m. and then things peter off a bit at 4:30. A few more at 5, and then by 5:30 it started to peter out again. So we will keep an eye on we'll keep an eye on all of the news feeds, and we will bring you results as they come in. I've got no figures on Gateshead Central and Wickham at the moment. I will keep an eye on the feed, see if I can bring you that information, but the news appears to be that that constituency has been held by Labour. We do not have any figures regarding hold on a second, actually I might be able to get those results on here. Let me see. Gateshead. Here we go. Let's have a look on the results map, see if that can tell us anything. It's all it says at the moment is that it's a Labour hold. It does not give any specific breakdowns of the count there. So all we know at the moment is that Gateshead Central and Wickham has been held by the Labour Party. So that is 7 seats declared, 7 victories for Labour. There's an update on the website about the swingometer. We're going to ignore that because it's all numbers, and numbers I don't like, and numbers and numbers. All of the numbers. Numbers. There's some information.
Independent.
We're just seeing Blythe.
Be just bad news. It would really take the shine off some of this enormous victory that Labour is now expecting.
It looks like we may be about to get another result from Blythe. I'm not sure which constituency this is for.
And the returning officer with an incredible hat is back at the lectern, and she's just putting her glasses on. Let's listen in, because we're going to get the declaration for the seats of Cramlington and Killingworth.
Cramlington and Killingworth, here we go.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Campion, Liberal Democrats, 1,898. Gordon Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454.
Okay, strong turnout for Labour again.
Labour and
Sorry for Reform
Party,
again.
22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322.
I like Dawn Furness's energy.
2,144. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,592.
Okay.
Matthew Wilkinson, Social Democratic Party, 137. And that Emma Foodie is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Cramlington and Killingworth constituency.
Okay.
Labour wins that constituency.
So that is Cramlington and Kenilworth there. That is a Northumberland constituency. That is a Labour hold again. So that is 8 results, 8 victories for Labour there. Reform, again, in second place, as has been the picture for all of the constituencies in this part of the world. Conservatives are not far behind them, though. I think the separation is, we've got 9,454 for Reform, and then 8,592 for the Conservative candidate. So quite a little bit of a swing to Reform there. But they've only just sort of picked into second place there, so not as good. But yes, that is 8 for Labour, 8 declared, all holds bar 1 at the moment. We will continue to update you as things progress. Anything else on the BBC News website? Nothing at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it, but a couple of results coming in quick succession there. I think we will see that pattern repeated over the next hour or so. We will keep bringing you updates as they appear. For the moment, though, here is some Genesis for you and Land of Confusion. Here we go.
Say
Tea Time with Matt, because dunkers do it best. Welcome back, everybody. You are, of course, listening or watching the Tea Time with Matt Election Night Special 2024. No further updates on results at the moment. For those of you just joining us, the results currently are 8 declared, 8 Labour wins, with 1 seat being gained from the Conservative Party. That seat being the constituency of Bristol South. I may have forgotten that, the correct one, but we will roll with it. Looks like things are happening in Chessington.
Lib Dem strategy of the last couple of years than that. And it is this.
I think is Chessington Sir Ed Davies' constituency. I'm just looking on here. I don't think I've put him on my one to watch list, which is terribly remiss of me, actually, because I probably should have done. We'll keep an eye on that. It looks like that is Ed Davey at the county in Chessington. So we'll keep an eye on the Chessington result. I'll stick it on my list as one to watch. Hold on. If anyone can confirm that's Ed Davies' constituency, do let me know in the chat or otherwise in the Discord chat room. Let's see. No update at present. No 1997 optimism. Labour must prove itself, says Lord Charlie Falconer. Said the exit polls are extraordinary achievement, but warns there's less optimism than when Blair won power. People have become profoundly unhappy about politicians. Keir has been steady and the country is willing to entrust the leadership of the country to Labour, but they do so with much less optimism than they did in 1997. It's hard to be optimistic. The world is a mess. The country is a mess. It's all a mess. Some pictures from Saffron Walden and Swansea there. Again, loads of poll counters hard at work there. Getting those results ready for us. We'll see more and more declarations coming out over the next few hours, I suspect. So we'll keep an eye on that. Anything going on elsewhere? Just checking in with the messages just to see if anyone's said anything or done anything. No, nothing new on that score. Okay. Again, if you have any song requests or you have anything you would like to say, please do drop in to the chat room, which is over on that side of the screen, or drop into the Discord server and join the Call the Show channel. If you fancy a chat, we're delighted to hear from many of you. Let's just check in with the BBC News feed again.
Their time in coalition, it's nearly a decade on from that, and and they were in the doldrums for years and years and years until it would appear tonight.
And stepping aside in some of those seats that they're not really going to win.
Well, I mean, what's interesting here, because you often have a conversation, there's been a bit of a conversation.
We're having some conversation here about the Liberal Democrats and how they are doing. Again, they've not won any seats yet, but they are forecasted to gain some seats. So we will keep an eye on... I keep saying we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on all of the results. Everything will be kept an eye on, and we will continue to bring you information as it comes out. We're going to fade out the BBC News feed. I'm going to play the Tired Scots request. This is From the Haze by Daytona Heat. Enjoy this one, folks. Here we go. making random nonsense since 2009. It's Tea Time with Matt. Welcome back, everybody. We just heard From the Haze by Daytona Heat, and you are listening, of course, to the Election Night special right here on youtube.com/Tea Time with Matt. I have just been informed that we will be joining will be joined, rather, I should say, by the Dalek Supreme at approximately 2 a.m. He will be coming to talk to us about the Dalek Party, the Dalek Empire Party's performance this evening. No victories for them as of yet, but obviously we'll keep you up to date if that changes. Looking at the BBC News feed, Labour have held South Shields. That's bringing their total up to 9. No more gains bar that one earlier this evening. Labour have 9 seats, 1 gained from the Conservative Party. Results coming out a bit more regularly now, so we will keep an eye on the feeds and update you as and when we get information. Dalek Sec asks, what about Scotland, and are you focusing on England? We are keeping an eye nationally, so as soon as we get any Scottish results, we will of course bring those to you as well. All still very much to play for. The stream seems to think we have 10 viewers at the moment, so welcome to all of you. Don't be shy, do come say hello if you are watching. If you've just got me on in the background, that's cool too. I'm grateful for your support, and I hope you're enjoying the show this evening. I'm trying to keep it informative and light-hearted without getting bogged down too much in the political nitty-gritty and mudslinging that's inevitably going to be going on the other feeds. We will only sort of bring you the facts, and we won't necessarily focus on the opinions too much. Because who wants the opinions of politicians anyway? They never know what they're talking about. How are things going on in the Call the Show chat, guys? How are we coping? No response from Call the Show. That's fine. The Liberal Democrats just took a seat, I think, says Solitar. Let's have a look. I don't have that information in front of me. It may well be the case. Let's see. Greens expecting a very strong win in Bristol Central. It's is the latest update at 1:34. Former Green leader Natalie Bennett said she expected the Greens to secure a very strong win there. Let's keep going. Yes, we are, and looking at that, yes, the Liberal Democrats have gained a seat.
I'm falling asleep.
You're falling asleep. That's only to be expected. We're looking at this. It looks like the Liberal Democrats have gained a seat from the Conservatives. We don't have information on which seat that is as of yet. We will keep an eye and keep refreshing the feed until we get an answer on that front. So, yes, we have our first Liberal Democrat gain of the evening. That is 1 seat, and they have gained that from the Conservative Party. So not a good night for the Conservatives so far, a very good night for Labour, and looking like a good night for the Liberal Democrats as well. So we will keep an eye on the feed, and we'll let you know as soon as we know which seat that is likely to have been. Still no update at the moment. We're literally just getting the numbers through. I get the feeling this will be a repeating pattern for the next hour or two. We will get numbers first, and then we'll be able to bring you the details of the seats as they come in. Just dipping back onto the BBC feed.
Saying it looked like an exit poll. You couldn't be complacent about anything. But by the end of our conversation, she was saying it's up to us. The Conservatives are on their way out.
Indeed. Didn't take that long. Okay, we're going to go to Rita because we're going to look at the result in Harrogate and Knaresborough.
Harrogate and Knaresborough.
My line, Clive. I'm not sure that I like that because I was going to show you my new toy, which is this. We're calling it the Big Shout. Harrogate and Knaresborough, a Lib Dem gain. Of course, Lib Dem mustard yellow. And
okay, so the results here.
From the Conservatives. Tom Gordon is the new Lib Dem MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough, Harrogate in Yorkshire, of course, and he's got a majority of 8,200 plus.
So the Lib Dem results here, 23,976 for the Liberal Democrats, 15,738 for the Conservatives, Reform in third place with 5,679 votes, Labour in fourth with 4,153, and that has gone on the screen. It's a 16% swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrat. So that is interesting. We're getting some further information. Karen has just said that Labour holds South Shields. I don't have that information in front of me just at the moment, but as soon as we have it, we will confirm that. But yes, that is Lib Dem say they've beaten Education Secretary Gillian Keegan. I believe that was one of my ones to watch. That is the constituency of Chichester. Lib Dems are claiming they have beaten her. We will bring you that information once we know it, once it has been confirmed, but it looks like the Liberal Democrats are saying they have beaten the current Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, in the constituency of Chichester. No update to the figures on the BBC as of yet, keeping an eye on the feed as it happens. As soon as we have confirmation there, we'll let you know. This is all looking incredibly positive. That would be our first Scottish result if that is correct about South Shields. I have no reason to disbelieve it at the moment, but until it comes through on the screen in front of me, I am treating that as speculation. Not that I mistrust you, Karen, but that until it's in front of me, I will not be reporting it as fact. I'm just doing my due diligence. So, as things stand currently that we have confirmed, 10 seats have declared. 9 of those are Labour holds, bar one, which was a Labour gain from the Conservatives. We have 1 Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservatives as well. It's on the feed below the Lib Dem result. My Gronk's iPhone feed must just be ahead of yours. It's entirely possible. Let's see. No, it's still Harrogate and Knaresborough there. No update on the results screen. We're currently talking to somebody in Kings Lynn.
Solid for the Conservatives.
Yeah, nothing of use there. We will just keep an eye on the feeds. Nothing coming in. Oh, hang on. Something is being updated. Hold on. What does this say? I don't think this is new. No update there. Okay, we will keep an eye on that and we'll let you know as and when we have any further information. Meanwhile, here's Jeff Wayne and Thunderchild.
The steamer began to move slowly away, but on the landward horizon appeared the silhouette of a fighting machine. Another came, and another, striding over hills and trees, plunging far out to sea and blocking the exit of the steamer. Between them lay the silent, grey, ironclad Thunderchild. Slowly it moved toward shore, then with a deafening roar and whoosh of spray, it swung about and drove at full speed towards the waiting Martians.
There were ships of shapes and sizes scattered out along the bay, and I thought I heard her calling as the steamer pulled away. The invaders must have seen them as across the coast they piled, standing firm between them. There lay swiftly through the waters, cannons blazing as she came, brought a mighty vessel warlord crashing down in sheets of flame. Sensing victory was nearing, thinking fortune must have smiled, people started cheering. Come on, Thunderchild, come on, Thunderchild.
The Martians released their black smoke, but the ship sped on, cutting down one of the tripod figures. Instantly, the others raised their heat rays and melted the Thunder Child's valiant heart.
Lashing ropes and smashing timbers, flashing heat rays pierce the deck, dashing hopes for our deliverance as we watch the sinking wreck. With the smoke of battle clearing, all the graves and waves defiled, slowly disappearing. Farewell, thunder child, slowly disappearing. Farewell, thunder child. Farewell, thunder child. Farewell, thunder.
When the smoke cleared, the little steamer had reached the misty horizon and Carrie was safe. But the Thunder Child had vanished forever, taking with her man's last hope of victory. The leaden sky was lit by green flashes, cylinder following cylinder, and no one and nothing was left now to fight them. The Earth belonged to the Martians.
That was Thunder Child from Jeff Wayne's musical version of the War of the Worlds. You are listening to Teatime with Matt's Election Night 2024 special. Making random nonsense since 2009. It's Teatime with Matt. Okay, a flurry of information just coming in. So we've had a few results in quick succession. So currently the only ones we've had confirmed are Labour has gained Stroud from the Conservatives, and they have held Jarrow and Gateshead East. We're also seeing in the figures that the Conservatives have won their first seat of the night, but we have no information on what that seat is as of yet. We'll bring you that as soon as we know. So currently the figures are Labour with 11 seats, with 2 gains from the Conservative Party. The Conservatives with 1 win, although we don't know whether that is a hold or a gain. I assume it is a hold based on the figures in front of me, but we do not know what seat that is as of yet. And the Liberal Democrats have gained 1 seat from the Conservative Party. Some information that's unofficial at the moment. Penny Mordaunt in Portsmouth North appears to be looking quite gloomy. It was designated too close to calling the exit poll, but there are now some gloomy Tory faces at the count. Labour looks confident and Reform looks very chipper, so it looks like Penny Mordaunt might be on track to lose her seat. In Portsmouth North, we have no update at the moment what that Conservative win is. We will keep an eye on it. Rayleigh, according to the site that Solitaire is looking at, we will confirm that as soon as we have that information. No details at the moment. I do just want to touch on something I spotted on the BBC News feed earlier. We saw some images from Ashfield where Lee Anderson, Reform Party UK Limited's only sitting MP in the previous government, at the count, looking not difficult to gauge the mood because he's a miserable sod anyway, but not looking exceptionally chipper, and neither was the lady who came to speak to him. So, not sure what that tells us at this moment in time. As I say, on the bingo sheet, Lee Anderson loses his seat is one of our options, so we'll keep an eye on that. We've not had any election night bingo things for a while. We'll keep an eye on the news to see if anything crops up, but nothing at the moment. Some information coming in that Labour apparently are optimistic of winning all the seats in Leeds, but nothing confirmed. And yes, it's just come in that the Conservatives have held Rayleigh and Wickford. That is Marc Francois, and that is the first Conservative confirmed victory this evening. So we have had 11, 12, 13 declarations so far, 11 Labour victories, 2 gains from the Conservatives, 1 Conservative victory, which is a hold, and 1 Liberal Democrat gain. So, starting to come in thick and fast. This is all good. Rayleigh and Wickford is our constituency, says Karen, and we put Vote Dalek posters up here and there. I love that you did that. That is amazing, Karen. Thank you so much for doing that. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And I'm sorry that has been the outcome, not the one that you hoped for, presumably, but unfortunately someone had to have a Conservative win, didn't they? I'm just sorry it was you. Let's see, anything going on the BBC News feed?
People have just had enough. So many lies, so many things going wrong. The economy wrecked. It's been awful.
Right, thank you very much, you three. I hope it's not too awkward now.
Oh, hang on, we're going to Darlington.
Recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Peter Gibson, Conservative Party candidate, 14,323. Laura McAvoy, Labour Party, 16,621. Matthew Snedker, Green Party, 2,847. Simon Thorley, Liberal Democrats, 1,735. Michael Walker, Reform UK, 6,852. I've got to deal with the rejected ballot papers. 121 ballot papers were rejected. There were no rejections for want of an official mark. There were 21 rejections for voting for more than one candidate.
So Labour have taken the seat of Darlington from the Conservatives.
Okay, we're just going through rejected ballots at the moment, but that is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Labour have gained Darlington, so that's 12 for Labour at the moment, and 2 gains from the Conservatives. So that is 3 gains for Labour total. The Conservatives have lost 4 seats. So still all to play for at the moment, but we are starting to see results coming quicker and quicker now. It's starting to heat up and it's becoming very, very exciting indeed. We'll continue bringing you results as they come in. Some further information here. What's this? This is Chris Mason, the political editor for the BBC, saying Labour sources are telling me the tussle in East and North in London is challenging. In other words, perhaps they could lose the seat to former leader Jeremy Corbyn, who is running as an independent. So that is a potentially interesting outcome. Jeremy Corbyn may hold his seat, but as an independent, Labour looking, apparently not looking to make any gains there. Darlington, by the way, an 8.1% swing from Conservative to Labour. No mention of reform in there, which is encouraging. I've given up all pretense of impartiality at this point. So, Labour have 12 seats, the Conservatives have 1 seat, and the Liberal Democrats have 1 seat. And that is of the declared seats. There are 636 to go of 650. So we have 14 declared. Long night ahead still, but I'm hoping we will have an official declaration of victory in the early hours of the morning so I can go to sleep. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Let's see. 10 of you still watching, apparently. Lovely to see so many of you popping in and saying hello. We are going to be joined at around 2 a.m. By the Dalek Supreme, who is the leader of the Dalek Empire. He will be joining us for an interview about how things are shaping up for the Dalek Empire. So look forward to that. That will be coming shortly. I'm debating if I should sleep or not. I think you should sleep if you need sleep. I'm staying up all night, so you don't have to, basically. So the swing to Labour in the previous result, which was, let me just remind myself, Darlington. Oh, we're getting further information in. Labour have gained Nuneaton from the Conservatives, so that takes them up to 13 seats. Let me just refresh that. Yes, that's 4 seats gained from the Conservatives. Conservatives have now lost 5 seats. Nuneaton, the vote share is as follows: 15,216 votes for the Labour candidate, 11,737 for the Conservative candidate, 9,059 for Reform, 2,894 for Green, 1,340 for the Liberal Democrats, and 967 for, I'm not sure what that is, WPB, I'm not familiar with that party, but 967 votes for that party, whose candidate is John Homer. Okay, so getting more and more results in very quickly now. I get the feeling we will not be taking many breaks for music over the next hour or two. But I will do one now while there is an opportune moment, and we will play our next song, which is a chirpy upbeat number, because I think it's becoming a chirpy upbeat evening. This is Katrina and the Waves and Walking on Sunshine.
I just can't wait till the day when you knock on my
Katrina and the waves there and Walking on Sunshine. We're going straight to the BBC feed because we're hearing another declaration. This is Barnsley.
And there were 114 spoiled ballots.
So
I therefore duly
there, the seat in the north of England, Barnsley North, which has been held by the Labour MP.
So that is Barnsley North, and we are just hearing that has been held by Labour, bringing their total up to 14. Let me just refresh the page to see if there's any further. Oh no, there's 15 Labour set holds. There's another one coming in from Leeds, it looks like.
Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404. Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976.
Okay, so that is Leeds West and Pudsey. That appears to be a Labour victory.
Dan Walker, Liberal Democrat.
I'm also reading that Labour has held Knowsley.
Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead, Reform UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121. I hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and Pudsey.
So that is 16 results for Labour. They have taken Leeds West and Pudsey.
The next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold.
This is Rachel Reeves, likely to become the next Chancellor in the upcoming Labour government. Let's see. So what has that done to the figures? Hasn't been updated yet. But so in very quick succession, we've had Labour hold Knowsley and Barnsley North, and Labour have held Leeds West and Pudsey as well. So yes, interesting results coming in. Some interesting news from over on Twitter, by the way. Our favourite channel here on Teatime with Matt, GBBs, has been getting some a right royal pasting because their exit polls were, when they released at 10 o'clock, were displayed on their screen as a landslide for the Conservative Party with 410 seats and Labour only having 131. And there's also been criticism of audio being out of sync and their output being all pixelated, as well as the exit poll being astonishingly wrong. So well done, GBBs, well done. You guys are incredible. Yes, let me save this. Actually, can I pick that up on, let me see, if I drop this down onto my screen here, I can show you, I think, if we go over to this screen here. Let me just check the preview, make sure I've got this right. Hold on. So if we go over to here and then turn on that one, there we go, we can see it there. Conservative 410, Labour 131, and as we can see, yes, that it was swiftly removed and replaced in less than a minute. As you can imagine, their coverage feels like a wake. That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Never change, GBBs. Never change. Right, let's check back in with the figures. So, current figures show 16 for the Labour Party. Oh, the Liberal Democrats have just won a seat. I'm not sure which one. We will mark that off on the list. And Conservatives still only have one. It's coming in thick and fast now. This is amazing. Okay. So this is all very exciting. We've also had, according to the newsfeed, our first recount. So that's another one on the old election night bingo. Candidate demands a recount. Recount in Basildon and Billericay. This is the seat of Conservative John Barron, who is... most recently the seat of John Barron. It's the seat of Conservative Party Chairman Richard Holden and Reform UK's Stephen Conley, who earlier told the BBC he was quietly confident. So a recount has been requested. And I'm just seeing now that the Liberal Democrats have gained Eastleigh from the Conservatives. Labour have also gained Telford from the Conservatives. These are coming in thick and fast now. I can't keep up. Lib Dems are also claiming victory in Tunbridge Wells. It has been represented since 2005 by Conservative MP Greg Clark. So, at the moment, the figures are thus. We have 17 seats declared for Labour. We have 2 seats declared for the Liberal Democrats and 1 seat declared for the Conservatives, and more results expected shortly. Now, we're going to pause looking at the results momentarily. We will keep an eye on the feed as we go as well, because I'm about to turn to our guest for this evening, who many of you will recognise from a semi-viral YouTube video from the Matt Productions channel, and this was the general election statement for the Dalek Empire. I'm delighted to be joined now by the party leader for the Dalek Empire, the Dalek Supreme. Dalek Supreme, welcome to the show.
It is a pleasure to be here, Matthew. Greetings, viewers.
Greetings to you. So, the Dalek Empire, arguably not done very well so far. You've not had any victories, so we've seen no seats for the Dalek Party declared at the moment. And interestingly, you're not projected to win any seats either. You must be feeling disappointed about that.
Not really. You see, many people who vote for the Daleks are embarrassed to say so, for fear of being labelled prejudice to humans.
You think your voters are afraid of being identified as prejudice to humans?
That is correct. Only the Daleks can offer the safety and security this country requires. Many people know and understand this, but are afraid to say so publicly. We believe that as the night goes on, we will win many seats, and we predict a landslide for the Dalek Empire.
That feels extremely confident given the results we're seeing. It's mainly been a Labour victory so far.
There are 630 seats to go, Matthew. We are confident that Dalek victory will be assured, and I will enter Downing Street tomorrow as your new Prime Minister. All hail the Daleks!
Very well. Well, it's been nice to have you here.
It's been a pleasure to be here.
I'm afraid we have to leave it there because we are getting more information come in, and also I don't want any noise complaints. So thank you very much for coming. I wish you luck this evening, and hopefully we will see those expected victories in seats where the Dalek Empire is running. And in fact, to be honest, before you go, I do just want to ask. Many people who are watching the show tonight have said to us there were no Dalek candidates in their constituency.
There were. We have run a candidate in every constituency. It may just not have been immediately obvious who.
Well, that's very cryptic. Well, thank you for joining us, and all hail the Daleks.
Excellently done. All hail the Daleks.
Thank you very much, Dalek Supreme. Right, we must leave that interview there, unfortunately. I know that was very brief, but thank you very much for coming. And we move on now to check the BBC News feed again. I think we have had another declaration from Swindon. Let me see if there's been any... Oh, blimey. We're now up to 18 for the Labour Party. That is a gain of 6 from the Conservatives. Which one is that? Let's see. Bridgend. Labour has gained Bridgend from the Conservatives. Lib Dems claiming victory in Tunbridge Wells, which we spoke about earlier. Is Mark Francois a Dalek then? No comments. Yes, Lib Dems feeling very confident. They're saying they are predicting to have an astonishing night. 61 seats. They only won 11 in 2019. this is all becoming very hectic very, very quickly. So I think we're going to take a pause, take a breather, play another song, and then when we come back, we will be looking to bring you some more results. Here is a curiously appropriate song. This is the Buggles and Video Killed the Radio Star.
I heard you on the wireless back in 52, lying awake intently tuning in on you. If I was young, it didn't stop you coming through. They took the credit for your second symphony, rewritten by machine on new technology. And now I understand the problems you could see. I met your children. What did you tell them? Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Pictures came and broke your heart. And now we meet in an abandoned studio. We hear the playback and it seems so long ago. And you remember the jingles used to go. You were the first one. You were the last one. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. In my mind and in my car, we can't rewind. We've gone too far. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. In my mind and in my car, we can't rewind. We've gone too far. Pictures came and broke your heart. Put the blame on Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star.
YouTube's best and only, whatever the hell this is. It's Tea Time with Matt. Welcome back, everybody. It is, of course, Tea Time with Matt. This is our election night coverage 2024. Another gain for Labour. So currently Labour standing on 21 seats. Liberal Democrats have 2 seats. and the Conservative Party has only 1 seat. The current information I have is that Labour has held Barnsley South and gained Swindon North from the Conservatives. That is the latest information I have available. Looking at the BBC feed, we're looking at counts underway in Ashton under Lyne and Belfast. I think we'll be seeing results in very, very quickly indeed shortly. I may be requisitioning some help for the next couple of hours to just help me keep on top of the incoming results. I'll let you know about that momentarily. I'm just trying to set something up now. I've had a request from Little Miss Tara Bear who wants Mr. Vane by the Pet Shop Boys. Absolutely. Let's get it in there. 1 second. Let me see if I can find that. No, hold on. I can't seem to find that. I don't seem to have that on here. I've got Mr. Vane by Culture Beat, but that's not by the Pet Shop Boys. Is it a cover version? I'm not sure. Let's just drop that in just in case, and we'll potentially play that a bit later on. Few bits and bobs showing up in the old playlist at the moment that could be quite good fun. We'll look to do that one next. There we go. Vale of Glamorgan has been gained from the Conservatives. That's a new update there. So that brings the totals up to 22 with 9 gains from the Conservative Party there. Not a good night to be a Conservative MP, I fear. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. Let me just check in the chat room. That's right. Let's see. Sorry, not in voice chat. Just very tired. That's fine. The tired Scott. You're under no obligation to come and talk to me. It was nice to have you for a while, but I'm glad you're still with us in spirit, at least. Any more updates at the moment? None currently. Last one was Vale of Glamorgan, which we've already covered, so that's fine. Let's see. Okay, I might have to try and find that one on YouTube, which I will do now. Let me see if I can find it. While we're doing that, let's chat away. Let's check in with the BBC.
And I think we've got to take the lessons from that. We've got to take some of the lessons from what's happened tonight and rebuild trust. But what is really, with the British people, what is really important is actually you come in and do what you say you're going to do. And to those who say, there's not vision for Labour, it's lacking, it's not bold enough. I mean, I just think about a family, right? So you've got a little baby. We are saying, OK, we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places. That's the start. That child then goes to primary school, what we're saying, breakfast clubs, goes to secondary schools, 6,500 more teachers, goes into apprenticeship and training, more there, wants to buy a home when they grow up, 1.5 million more homes.
That is a lot of waffle going on there, so we're going to cut away from that and not worry too much. Any more updates here? God, I really hope Rishi loses his seat to Solitaire. It'd be a laugh. I just hope Cal Bimface gets more votes than him. More news coming in now. Labour has gained Colchester from the Conservatives, bringing their total up to 23. Not a good light to be a Conservative, as I said. In fact, we're seeing 25 for Labour, so let's mark that off. 11 seats gained from the Conservatives, 13 lost by the Conservatives. Let's see. Let's see. No Galloway supporters and Labour relaxed. A very different Rochdale from Mark. Oh, dear. That's interesting. Lee and Atherton gained from the Conservatives by Labour. Cannock Chase gained from the Conservatives by Labour. Colchester, I think we've already covered. These are coming in thick and fast now. This is excellent. Any more? No information at the moment. We have 622 to go. So the current figures are 25 seats for the Labour Party, 2 seats for the Liberal Democrats, and 1 seat for the Conservative Party. I think we're going to see more and more results coming in very, very quickly. So let me play another song, and let's see about getting some help on the go here. Let's see, what do we have here? Up next is The Primitives and Crash, which I hope I won't do. Here we go.
Here you go, way too fast. Don't slow down, you're gonna crash. You should watch your step. Don't look out, gonna break your neck. So shut your mouth. 'Cause I'm not listening anyhow. I had enough of you. Enough to last a lifetime through. So what do you want of me? Got no words of sympathy. And if I go around with you, you know that I'll get messed up too with you. Here you go, way too fast. Don't slow down, you're gonna crash. You don't know what's been going down. You've been running all over town, so shut your mouth. 'Cause I'm not listening anyhow. I had enough of you. Enough to last a lifetime through. So what do you want of me? Got no cure for misery. And if I go around with you, you know that I'll get messed up too with you. With you. With you. Na 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 na. You're gonna crash. Na 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 na. You're gonna crash. Na 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 na. You're gonna crash. Na 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 na. You're gonna crash. Na 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 na.
Crash there by the Primitives, and you're listening to Tea Time with Matt. Some breaking news for you now. Reform UK have won their first seat. That is Lee Anderson, who has won the seat of Ashfield, which he held previously. He won it in 2019 as a Conservative, and then defected to Reform, I think last year, possibly. So that is Reform's first gain of the evening. I won't throw over to him talking because the man is a bore. I want nothing to do with him. Not going to Ashfield anytime soon. Yeah, I wouldn't. There's a rumour going around that the Conservatives have gained their second seat in Broxbourne. The confirmed thing I have in front of me is that Labour have gained Blackpool South from the Conservatives, bringing their total up to 28 now. My goodness, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go, 28 seats. So currently we have Labour standing at 28, Liberal Democrats at 2, Reform on 1, and the Conservatives on 1. Labour gaining 12 seats from the Conservatives, the Lib Dems 2. And the Reform have gained 1, so the Conservatives down by 15 seats at the moment. So that is all good. Right, what else do we have going on? Labour has held Tynemouth. That's been confirmed. Any more confirmations at the moment? No, just the big Reform UK wins in Ashfield flashing up on the BBC screen, because we got to cover the the slow slide into right-wing doom that is this country. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Castle Point and Broxbourne allegedly going to the Conservatives. In fact, we're just getting confirmation now that Broxbourne is held by the Conservatives, so we'll update the tally there. So we now have 2 seats for the Conservatives, 2 for Lib Dems, 1 for Reform, and 29 for Labour. Just waiting for confirmations which seats those are. These results coming in thick and fast now. This is very exciting. We will keep refreshing the page and we'll keep you up to date as we get that information through. So hearing rumours about Castle Point in the chat there. No confirmation from the BBC as of yet. Cover Reform in tar and feathers. I like it. Good choice. Anything else going on here? Not very much. Okay. We'll play another song in a little while, I think. We'll... let's see. Just need to reply to a message. Let's just dip into the BBC feed for a
They're going to be
moment.
part of this conversation, aren't they? A conversation, particularly on the right, about how the right, in its breadth, Conservatives, Reform, and others, shapes up as a series of opposition voices to a Labour government, and the precise complexion of that will be fascinating once we get some further results. Just one other nugget to bring you. Labour have gained Cannock Chase in the West Midlands.
Yeah, I broke that first, BBC. Don't stop acting like you're on the ball here. Let's see. Right, that is... we covered Tynemouth, we covered Broxbourne, any more? Reform support falls as Labour win Barnsley North. Exit poll had Conservatives down 22 points in Barnsley North. Red car coming in now. That is a Labour gain from the Conservatives, so that brings the figure up to 31 I have here. 31 Labour seats, 2 Conservative seats, 2 Lib Dem seats, 1 Reform seat. So let's keep an eye on that as the story develops. Let's see. There's a new post appearing on the BBC. That's Red Car, which we've already covered. Pam Rush says, Monty, Matt needs a hot cup of tea to stay awake. I think I do. This is becoming very silly. Let me have a sip of my drink here. Just looking at the results from Cannock Chase, it's a 26% swing from Conservative to Labour. Labour gained had 15,670 votes there. Just looking at Rayleigh and Whitford, which the Conservatives held, there was a vote count of 17,756 for Conservatives and 12,135 for Reform. That is a swing of 31% from Conservative to Reform. So, again, interesting results coming in. Keir Starmer just appearing on screen now. Just going to...
In North London, I'm assuming. Yes.
Yeah, this is King's Cross.
And he's smiling very broadly there.
Keir Starmer looking very happy there, as Clive has just said.
I'm delighted for Keir and for Vicky, because this gain that he's made on the basis of the exit poll of 208.
Yeah, Sir Keir Starmer there looking incredibly happy, so clearly having a very good night there, and the results are reflecting that information. Let's see, have we got any further updates there? It's looking like Farage is going to win Clacton. Boo! Boo! Nigel's been at a restaurant in town with supporters from the local area. We're told the invite-only event was to thank the people of Clacton, though the official declaration is not expected until about 3:30. There's a glowing sense that Reform is likely to win the seat in Westminster on his 8th attempt. Boo! Boo! He's already released a video on social media saying the revolt against the establishment is underway. You are a privately educated toff, you moron. You are the sodding establishment. Sorry, impartial. Labour holds Middlesbrough and Thornaby East, so we're getting results in thick and fast, as I said, 10, 20, 31. We're now seeing 34 being reported for Labour. Conservatives have 2, Liberal Democrats 2, Reform have 1. No further details at the moment. We'll keep an eye on things as the details come in. No, Conservatives are evil. Silly BBC. Oh dear. Right. Let's keep this information going. Let's see, any update there? No update. Okay. Keep refreshing that page. We'll get the data as quickly as we can. I get the feeling we're heading very much into the thick and fast area. We've done Middlesbrough and Thornaby East already. That's fine. So we've got 34 for Labour, 2 for the Conservatives, 2 for the Liberal Democrats and 1 for Reform. And reports are saying Nigel Farage likely to win Clacton, become an MP on his 8th attempt. So official declaration not expected until about 3:30, so an hour's time. We will keep an eye on that and let you know what the result is as soon as we find it out. Okay. No further results for the moment, so we're going to play another song. Let's play... What shall we play? This is Alexandria Corvin and Wheels on Fire, the theme from Absolutely Fabulous, which is what this evening is turning into. Absolutely fabulous. Here we go.
Hey, Matt.
On the second, that is not the correct device. Something has gone wrong with the setup here. Bear with me a moment. I'm going to need the failure jingle in a minute, I think. Where is the feed? There it is. Okay. Let me just check in here and see how what's going on with the old... I've just realised I've not faded you up enough. Studio mixing desk connected. Okay, so that should be fine. Why is that not working? Let's try this again. There we go. Let's throw over to the music. This is Wheels on Fire by Alexandria Corvin, which is a cover of the theme from Absolutely Fabulous. Attempt number 2. Here we go.
If your memory serves you well, we were going to meet again and wait. So I'm going to unpack all my things and sit before it gets too late. No man alive will come to you with another tale to tell. And you know that we shall meet again if your memory serves you well. This wheel's on fire, rolling down the road. Let's notify my next of kin. This wheel shall explode. If your memory serves you well, I was going to confiscate my lace and wrap it up in a sailor's knot and hide it in your case. If I knew for sure that it was yours, and it was oh so hard to tell, and you know that we shall meet again if your memory serves you well. This wheel's on fire, rolling down the road. Let's notify my next of kin. This wheel shall explode. If your memory serves you well, you'll remember that you're the one who called on me to call on them to get. And after every plan had failed, and there was nothing more to tell, you know that we shall meet again if your memory serves you well. This wheel's on fire, rolling down the road. Let's notify my next of kin. This wheel shall explode.
Dunkers of the world, unite! It's Tea Time with Matt. Yes, indeed. You are listening to Tea Time with Matt, and that was the theme from Absolutely Fabulous. Just checking in on the results we have now. We currently have Labour on 39 seats, the Conservatives on 2, the Liberal Democrats on 2, Reform on 1. Speaker Lindsay Hoyle has held Chorley. And the Labour Party has gained Rushcliffe from the Conservatives. I'm going to bring in my Peterborough correspondent now. Hello, Harvey.
Hello, Matt. How are you? How are you this morning?
I'm very well. How are you? It is very early in the morning, isn't it?
It certainly is, but for somebody who's used to being up at this kind of hour with my job, then it's no problem.
Indeed, indeed. Good old shift work. Gotta love it. How are you coping up there in Peterborough? Are you flagging yet, or are you doing well?
No, we're doing all right. We were waiting for the results to build up, and now we're in the eye of the storm, so we're now heavily focused on what's going on.
Indeed. I'm just going to fade up the BBC feed here because we're just getting some information from another constituency, not sure which one.
George Galloway.
Oh, it's George Galloway's constituency.
11,587.
Okay, so I'm not sure what this means. Let's just wait to hear what this is. Rochdale. I'm getting some information here. Oh dear. Oh, we're getting a glitch. That's one for the bingo card. BBC Broadcast suffers technical problem.
Reform UK.
Yeah, this is going really badly for them.
Okay, we're having enormous problems there getting a line from...
Yeah, okay, so we're not clear what the result there is at all.
It's an important constituency. George Galloway won that seat for the Workers' Party.
Just wait to hear what the BBC is saying about this.
Labour's poll war was hoping to take that back. In Rochdale, the kind of place where Labour really would hope to be winning tonight, as they are in all parts of the country, as we've seen so far. Lots of results still to come in. But that's why that result in Rochdale is one that we have been looking at very, very closely. We've had some problems with the sound. Yeah. Let's just give another try.
We're having another go at Rochdale. Let's see what this has to say. No, we've lost them again.
Lost it again.
Still having troubles with the sound. We'll give you that result properly as soon as we
Okay,
can.
we're giving up on the BBC for the moment in Rochdale. We'll hear more about that at the moment. So Harvey, looking at the figures at the moment, I've got Labour on 41. So there's a couple more seats that have we've yet to get results for. I've got Whitehaven and Workington, which is a gain from the Conservatives. Wrexham from the Conservatives. Anything that I've not mentioned at your end?
Have you got Pontypridd in Wales?
I
which
have
is a Labour hold.
I've not. That's a Labour hold, Pontypridd. Okay, so that is interesting. Not unexpected, to be honest, or we didn't expect Plaid Cymru to gain many seats there. I think the estimate was, about 4 seats in Wales, so not unexpected. It's not an initial win there, so not unexpected at all. Out of interest, Harvey, where are you getting your information from? Because I've been very much loyal to the BBC all night. I gather you're getting most of your data from Sky?
I am indeed getting there. The data from Sky is actually coming in very thick and fast.
Oh, good. Okay, so
I have been using both data feeds, but I found that the Sky one's being a bit more reliable.
Okay. Oh well, that's good to know. So we're going to Kilmarnock on the BBC now. Let's see what that's telling us.
13,936. Jordan Cowie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,527. Bex Glen, Scottish Greens, 1,237. Lillian Jones, Scottish Labour Party, 19,055.
Okay, so that is a decisive win in Kilmarnock for the Labour Party. So we'll chop that up as number 42 and just refresh the feed. And yes, indeed, that is saying 42 now. I think we're getting towards very much the busy part of the evening, Harvey, aren't we?
Very, very much so. We've just had another one in Tipton and Wednesbury. That is a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Okay, so that brings us up to 43. Let's see if that's reflected my end. Not yet. So we'll keep an eye on that and just see if that updates. Yeah, lot of gains from the Conservatives so far. Conservatives having a dreadful night. They've lost 19 seats. We've only had 2 confirmed victories. There's rumours that many senior cabinet members are on track to lose their seats. Not a good night at all to be a Tory MP, I suspect.
No, definitely not. But then Labour haven't exactly had a great night themselves, because there's not been a lot of constituencies where Labour have actually gained vote share. It's been more the vote share being split between the Tories and Reform is the trend that we've been seeing tonight.
Yeah, this isn't entirely unexpected, as we were discussing earlier in the stream. We think that based on some of the coverage I've been seeing, we think a lot of the swing towards Reform is due to the fact that the two parties' policies are very, very similar, and Reform have one thing on their side, and that is they've never been anywhere near power, so they've not had the chance to be incompetent yet.
Obviously, the biggest news at the moment is in Rochdale. The Labour Party holds on to it, despite George Galloway, but only by a margin of 1,500 votes.
Ooh, blimey. So George Galloway has lost that seat. So we're looking at 44, if my calculations are correct. And yes, just refresh the BBC website, and that is indeed saying 44. That is very interesting. Yes, a loss to Labour for George Galloway there. Not entirely unexpected, to be honest, but yeah, an interesting result nonetheless. Just getting an update on the BBC News website that Truss is, quote, under pressure in Norfolk, including Labour, Reform and an ex-Conservative standing as an independent. And absolutely no one we've spoken to involved in the count of South West Norfolk or observing the count in South West Norfolk is certain which way this is going to go. So one to keep an eye on there, and potentially one for the bingo card as well. Just looking at the BBC feed, looks like we might be getting another result now. We'll just fade that up.
I, Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election.
Okay, this is from Chessington, Kingston and Surbiton being
Do
declared.
hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 230.
I love that celebration there.
Deberji Das, the Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870.
Okay, I think this is looking decisively like a win for the Liberal Democrat leader.
Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dame, Labour Party, 6,561. Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for Sub-Postmasters, 1,177. Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davey is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency.
Okay, so the information there is Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats, has held his seat in Kingston and Surbiton. That brings the Lib Dem total up to 3. I'm seeing a couple of updates on the BBC website that Labour has gained Airwash from the Conservatives and Tipton and Wednesbury from the Conservatives. So that's bringing their total up to 47. We have 3 for the Lib Dems, 2 for the Conservatives, 1 for Reform. And
quite a large one coming in, Matt. We've got Emily Thornberry's seat.
Oh, yes.
Of Islington South and Finsbury. It has turned out to be a massive Labour hold with a majority of around almost 20,000.
Wow, that's not unexpected. I wouldn't have imagined they'd parachute their candidates into not very safe seats. So again, not unexpected, but that by my calculations brings our total up to 48. 48. And
We do, and we have another one just in Huntingdon, which has come under a Conservative hold, but only a marginal one, only by around just over 1,000 votes in that one.
My goodness, that's really very tight, isn't it? Do we know which candidate that is in Huntingdon?
In Huntingdon, that is Ben Obese-Jecty.
Okay, yeah, not someone I'm familiar with, but that is a Conservative hold, bringing their total up to 3 by my count. So I'm getting on the BBC confirmation of 48 seats. Ed Davey now giving a speech in Chessington. Let's just dip into that.
People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance.
Just fading out, Mr. Davey there, just to confirm that Labour has gained Kilmarnock and Loudon from the SNP, which I believe might have been reflected in previous figures. So, yes, I'm still showing 48 here. Again, SNP potentially having a very bad night as well, from the sound of it.
Yeah, definitely a very bad night for the SNP. Looking at the exit poll earlier this evening, and we do have lots of other results coming in. So we've got Ealing Central and Acton. That seat is a Labour hold.
Labour hold, so that brings us up to 49, I believe, at my tally. So that's looking very good indeed.
Indeed, the big news: Angela Rayner in her seat of Ashton-under-Lyne. It's a Labour hold, and she holds that seat with a majority of 7,000 behind Reform UK.
Okay, so that is bringing us up to 50. Again, that figure not confirmed on the BBC website yet, but we've no reason to think it's inaccurate, so we'll just keep an eye on that at this end.
Do you have Coventry East?
Sorry?
Do you have Coventry East?
No, haven't seen that yet.
So that is also a Labour hold.
Labour hold, so that brings us up to 51.
And then we've got Cambridgeshire North East.
Oh, yes.
That's actually Stephen Barclay's seat.
Oh.
And he actually holds on to it.
Holds on to that. Stephen Barclay, remind me, which party?
Conservatives.
Conservatives. Okay, so that is 4 for the Conservatives by my count. Let's see here. Is it 4? So I think the BBC are lagging behind in updating their count here, because I only have 2 for the Tories.
We have another seat. We have the seat of Torfaen.
Okay.
And this seat is another Labour hold.
Okay. That takes us up to 52. I can see a speech is being given in Islington by a Labour candidate. I'm not sure which constituency that relates to. Just seeing images from the counting bath, Jacob Rees-Mogg there looking extraordinarily perturbed, shall we say. But you know, it's difficult to read him, you know, what with him being a Victorian ghost pencil. Grant Shapps appears to have lost his seat, according to reporting from Welwyn Hatfield. Source on the counting floor saying it's looking like Labour has won. Welwyn Hatfield by around 3,000 votes. Count is still ongoing, but it is looking likely, as was predicted earlier, that Shapps has lost. So, again, potentially very interesting results coming out of Welwyn Hatfield.
Indeed. And we have some more Labour gains just coming in. We've got Southport.
Okay, I make that 53.
So that's actually Patrick Hurley's seat.
Okay.
But again, very marginal, just behind the Conservatives, with only a majority of around 6,000 there.
Okay. Let's see. So, BBC feed, I think, is lagging behind in a big way. I've got 53 for Labour currently.
You see, I've got 56.
Oh, you've got 56. Okay. So the BBC showing 52. I've got 53. You're saying 56. So we'll update that figure. And have you got 4 for the Conservatives?
I've got 6.
You've got 6 for the Conservatives. Okay, these are coming in faster than we can update the tally, I think.
Yeah, the current tally for the Liberal Democrats is 3.
3 for the Liberal Democrats. Yep, that tallies what I've got here.
We've still got the one and only seat for Reform so far.
That being Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So lots of results coming in now. We did say earlier when we were looking on the BBC News feed that 3 a.m. was going to be a peak time for the result.
Indeed. Literally, as you're speaking, I can see my screen constantly changing with results coming in. So.
Any more for any more there? Let's see.
Yeah, so we have the seat of Gower, which is a Labour hold.
Labour hold. That's 57 I have here. Let's see.
After the seat of Gower, Stevenage, which is a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Oh, Stevenage. I had that written down somewhere. Let me see. No, perhaps not. Okay, so that's a Labour gain, so that takes us up to 58.
And then do you have... I've got Easington.
Easington? No, not got that one, I don't think.
That's a Labour hold.
Labour hold, taking us up to 59. Just seeing rumours that Jeremy Hunt's seat may be about to have a recount, which indicates that it's probably very close there. We were talking earlier that Jeremy Hunt may become the first Chancellor to lose his seat in a general election. He has just a 90% chance of retaining his seat as it is at the moment. It's currently between Hunt and Liberal Democrat Paul Fellows. We will see how that goes. Just learning West Dunbartonshire, Labour has gained that from the SNP. I'm refreshing my screen again. I've got 57 for Labour on the BBC website, but again, I don't believe that's up to date.
So we've got some more Labour gains coming in. We've actually got quite a few. We've got Broxtowe, which is a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Yeah.
We've got Barrow in Furness.
Yeah, taking us up to 61.
And we've also got Scunthorpe, which they're all Labour gains from the Conservatives.
Okay, so I have a 62 total for Labour, currently 6 for the Conservatives, 3 for the Lib Dems, 1 for Reform. Oof. I'm not sure I've got the energy for this.
It's very hectic, isn't it? We've now got Liverpool Walton, which is a Labour hold.
Liverpool Walton, Labour hold. I make that 63, sorry.
Yeah, and now the Conservatives are finally holding on to a seat. They hold on to Suffolk West.
Suffolk West. Was that one of the ones I was keeping an eye on? Let me see. No, I don't believe it was. I'm thinking of Liz Truss's, which is South West Norfolk, so ignore me on that score. I do not know what I'm talking about. Just seeing some images from King's Cross there. Keir Starmer looking relaxed and upbeat there. Just getting some results through on the BBC News feed, and as you said, we've got Barrow and Furness, Stevenage, Bishop Auckland, Easington, Broxtowe and Southport, all Labour holds or gains there.
I am more Labour gains coming in. I said we've got Bishop Auckland.
Yeah. So I've got 64 on that one.
Yeah, and then we've got some more Labour holds. So we've got the London Borough, we've got Tooting.
Tooting, that takes us up to 65.
We have Makerfield.
66, Makerfield.
And Leicester West.
Leicester West, so that takes us up to 67 I've got here. Does that tally with what you've got? I don't like that pause. Have we messed up somewhere?
Seem to have overtaken me, Matt.
Oh, okay, fair enough. How many have you got?
I've got 65 at the moment.
65. Okay, all right. We'll minus 2 from that, and we won't add 2. That's fine. Okay, so looking at the BBC website, the confirmation of numbers that we have there is 61 for Labour, 3 for the Lib Dems, 2 for the Conservatives, 1 for Reform. Obviously, the data we're getting from you, Harvey, is obviously a bit more up to date. So we'll keep you sticking around for the moment. And as Pam Ross says, indeed, bye-bye Tories. very much the case at the moment. Just seeing some images from Basildon there. The Labour candidate, they're looking very downbeat, given that he's allegedly just won. Or have I got my wires crossed there? No, in fact, looking at that, it looks like the count is very much still underway in Basildon. So, yeah, ignore that. That was nothing to do with that.
Surprised, because at the very start of the evening, Basildon was looking like one of the places which could actually be in the top 5 to return their vote counting.
I'm just wondering, Basildon and Billericay, that's Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chair seat. We reported earlier there was a recount underway there, so that makes a lot more sense thinking about it. Just seeing that Thurrock has been gained for the Labour Party. Do you have that?
Don't at the moment, no.
Not at the moment. Okay, that's fine.
So coming in, we've got Newcastle North.
Newcastle North,
which is a Labour hold.
Labour hold.
And we've also got Lewisham East.
Lewisham East, also a Labour hold.
Also a Labour hold by quite a majority of over 20,000.
I'm just seeing West Suffolk as a Conservative hold, bringing their total up to 8, I believe I've got here, and I'm showing
yeah, that's correct.
And I'm showing 67 for Labour, and just seeing Makerfield for the Labour Party as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, 68. We're just seeing images of Clacton there, and Mr. Smug Britches himself looking smug. Basildon candidate looking downbeat because he lives in Basildon, says Karen. I mean, not inaccurate, I suppose, but still. Looking at Boston as well, we're seeing images of Richard Tice there. I believe he is Richard Tice, the party chairman for Reform. We've now got.
I certainly wouldn't want to be in the position of the returning officer in that seat.
No, I wouldn't either. I'm remarkably distressed to see that we now have a split screen between Boston and Clacton, and we've got 2 of the objectionable tossers on the screen. Could we look at something else, please, BBC? Just reading that back.
Well, if you want to take away take away from them, the Conservatives have held on to Hinckley and Bosworth.
Hinckley and Bosworth, so that takes them up to 9, I believe. Not a great gain from the looks of it, but we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, the BBC feed is lagging behind big time. I've got 66 for Labour, 3 for the Conservatives, 3 for the Lib Dems, 1 for Reform. Again,
right. We've now got a massive Labour gain from the Conservatives, and that's in Bolsover.
Bolsover, okay, interesting. Do we know by how much the swing is?
The swing's 22% away from the Conservatives, but only 4% has been given to Labour, but Reform have taken the rest of it.
Again, unsurprising. We're seeing that reflected across the country, aren't we? Let's see here. Seeing Liverpool Walton as a Labour hold here. So I believe that takes us up to a nice round 70.
It's actually 71 because Thurrock has just come in.
Thurrock's come in as well. Okay, so 71 for Labour, getting closer and closer to that 326.
Indeed, that's another Labour gain from the Conservatives, and we've got another Lib Dem gain in Chelmsford.
Amazing, fantastic. I'm just seeing on the BBC feed we might be crossing to another result there. I believe this is Keir Starmer's constituency, so let's listen into that.
But I think everybody can see from his face what has happened, not just in his own constituency, where there was never any chance that he would have had a problem, but of course the pattern that he is seeing right across the country. Labour turning seat after seat red. Let's listen in.
Being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the incredible flying brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75.
You keep getting 75 there.
2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19.
The chap dressed in an Elmo costume gained 19 votes there.
4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,008.
That's a very clear victory for the Labour Party in Keir Starmer's constituency there, and once again that is the constituency of Holborn and St Pancras. We'll leave
Obviously,
that.
the Labour Party having a very good night tonight. Not so good for the Conservatives, and some breaking news. There has now been a second recount which has been called in the seat of Basildon and Billericay.
Yes, I've just seen that. Apparently it's far too close to decide, so yeah, we may be in for a long night down in Basildon and Billericay there. I'm just seeing Liberal Democrats gaining Chelmsford from the Conservatives, taking their total up to 4 by my count, and Bolsover is gained from the Conservatives by Labour as well. So, yep, seeing some more results trickling in.
Indeed.
Yeah. How many are you up to on the Labour side of things, Harvey? Because I have 72 at the moment.
I'm up to 77.
70, good lord, man. Okay, let me just double check this. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 72. You're up to 77, okay. So,
Yeah. So just come in, which you haven't mentioned. We've got Folkestone and Hythe.
Folkestone and Hythe.
Which is a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Labour gain. Is that part of the 77 we discussed?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And I'm just seeing here that yeah, that's confirmation that Keir Starmer wins the seat in Holborn and St Pancras. And we discussed Chelmsford being gained by the Liberal Democrats already, haven't we? So
The Liberal Democrats have actually also gained Hazel Grove from the Conservatives.
So that brings it up to 5. Again, Conservatives having a very bad night from the looks of it. It's
Indeed, and the Liberal Democrats don't stop there. The Liberal Democrats gain both Cheltenham and Torbay from the Conservatives as well.
So does that bring them up to 7 by your count?
They do, but now the Lib Dems now hold on to Twickenham, which takes them up to 8.
Okay, so goodness me. Okay, so just dipping back into the BBC feed briefly. Although apparently not. We're getting nothing on that. That's the wrong fader, that's why.
But in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area.
Just a brief snippet of Keir Starmer's victory speech there. Just seeing Folkestone and Hythe from the Conservatives for Labour. I believe we already discussed that one, didn't we, Harvey? Let's see, anything else coming in here? There's something being updated on the web page, but not sure what. Nothing new at the moment. Okay. Just checking in on the stream here. I can see we've got 13 viewers. Hello to all of you. Nice to see you. Ginger Dalek asks, have they announced the results for Scaro City East yet? We're expecting those in the early hours of the morning. No surprise there, says the Tired Scott, I believe in reference to Keir Starmer holding on to his seat. Again, yep, not a surprise there, really. I think we were expecting that. I'm seeing... Harvey, did you say Cheltenham for the Lib Dems already? Okay, I think we...
Yes, Liberal Democrats, we did mention with Cheltenham.
We did mention that already. Okay, good.
Yeah, but the Lib Dems have now also gained Colchester and Wallington from the Conservatives.
So bringing their total up to 11. No, sorry. Sorry, hang on a minute. I think I've updated the Conservatives when I should have updated the Lib Dems. I am very tired.
So the Liberal Democrats are now up to 9.
Up to 9. Okay, so -1 there, and then the Conservatives have how many by your count?
We currently have 10.
Currently 10. Okay, so -1 there. Okay.
And we've had an absolute flood of Labour seats coming in.
Okay.
So we've got Rhondda and Ogmore.
Yeah.
We've got Smethwick, which is just outside Birmingham.
Yeah.
Where we've got Wigan.
Okay. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I make that 80 at the moment. Does that tally with what you've got?
Obviously, but more results have literally just come in, so
Okay.
they're coming in thick and fast. We've got the seat of Worcester. That's actually a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Labour gain, taking us up to 81. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got I believe that's a Welsh seat of Caerphilly.
Yeah, that is Welsh indeed.
It is Welsh, and Plaid Cymru not far behind there in that seat.
Okay, and that was a Labour hold or gain?
That was a Labour hold.
Labour hold, okay. Let's see, so that takes us up to 82 at the moment. Anything else coming on here? I'm reading Castleton and Wallington, a Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservatives here.
That was the one just.
Yeah.
And we've got the Conservatives, which have held on to Epping Forest.
Epping Forest. Okay, so that takes us up to 11, I believe, for the Conservatives.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, good. We're well underway there.
We've got Labour, especially in the outskirts of London, doing very well. Labour hold on to Bermondsey and Old Southwark.
Okay, that's taking them up to 84, I believe, now.
And they also have Luton South and South Bedfordshire.
Okay, 85 and 86. So, according to the BBC website, 552 seats still to declare. Like I say, that is not up to date based on the information we've received here. But we're well on the way there. So Labour currently standing at 86 by my count, well on the way to that magic 326 majority, and certainly strides ahead of everyone else in this race. So
indeed, the Liberal Democrats are only one seat, are very close behind the Tories. The Tories are not pulling ahead comfortably into second place at all at the moment.
No, and indeed, based on the BBC website figures I have in front of me, Harvey, again, these are not entirely up to date from what you've told me, but showing the Conservatives losing 35 seats so far. Labour currently gaining 30, Liberal Democrats gaining 7. It's absolutely astonishing. And also, looking at the other end of the spectrum, quite literally the other parties, not good to be an independent or a sort of outlying party. We're seeing 3 seats lost by parties or individuals standing in that category.
Indeed. As a Peterborough correspondent, I have a news in that the vote count is still too close to call. There could be as little as 100 votes in it between the Labour and the Conservatives.
We're getting a results in from Welling Hatfield here. This is Grant Shapps' constituency.
At the said election is as follows.
We're just going to listen in to see what's happening to Mr. Shapps.
Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397.
Another incredible hat on display here.
Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986. Lewin.
So the magic number, Little Miss Tara Bear, is 326 seats for a workable majority.
877.
So that is Labour with 19,877. Just waiting to hear what the Conservative numbers are.
Munro, John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078. The number of ballot papers rejected.
Okay, so a close one there, but Grant Shapps does indeed lose his seat of Welling Hatfield, and that has been won by the Labour candidate Andrew Lewin with 19,877 votes. Any more updates from you, Harvey?
Well, back up in Scotland, the SNP is still falling apart, with Labour gaining Paisley and Renfrewshire South.
Okay, so I have got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 dead. Is that matching what you've got?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Matt?
So I've got 90 seats for Labour at the moment. Is that matching what you've counted?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so we've got...
We've now got breaking news. Leicester East. The Conservatives have gained this seat from the Labour Party.
Oh, goodness me, that's unexpected. So that takes the Conservative figures up to 12, I believe, looking at my tally. Let's see what else is happening here. BBC reporting 543 seats still to declare. Welling Hatfield, just getting some figures here, is a 14% swing from Conservative to Labour. Not a lot in it. I think about 2,000 votes from what I recall. We're just getting information on another seat here. Let's fade that up.
Smith be the latest senior Conservative.
This is Ian Duncan Smith's seat. I don't have it in front of me which one that is. Walthamstow. Walthamstow.
The Conservative Party candidate, 17,281.
Okay, 17,281 for the Conservatives there.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Hall Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Pfizer Shaheen, Independent, 12,445.
My goodness, the Independent candidate has done well in Walthamstow.
Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524.
Okay, from the looks of it, Ian Duncan Smith retains his seat. I just need to get the confirmation of that, because I'm not retaining the figures, unfortunately.
Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Duncan Smith...
Yeah. So Ian Duncan Smith holds his seat there, bringing their total up to 13. I'm seeing... yes, I've just got confirmation Leicester East again from Labour there, Harvey. So the BBC total now stands at 89, somewhat behind, again, what we have calculated between us. Another one coming in on the BBC
Robert
feed.
Davis, Reform
This is
UK,
East Lothian.
3,039 votes. Duncan Dunlop, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,649 votes. Scott Alexander Hamilton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,335 votes. Lynn Ann Jardine, Scottish National Party, 10,290 votes. George Caravan, Alba Party, 557 votes. Shona McIntosh, Scottish Greens, 2,477 votes.
All very polite in East Lothian at the
Therefore,
moment.
I give public notice that Douglas Alexander is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Lothian East constituency. The total number of votes cast
Lothian
across
East
Lothian-
is a Labour gain from the SNP there, so that brings my figure up to 91. Harvey, do you have any different there?
Well, whilst we were reading those through results, Labour have now gained 96 seats.
96, my goodness. Okay, so 96 we have there. I'm seeing information about Brent East and Newport East being Labour holes. Lothian East, of course, we've just discovered is a Labour gain.
We've also got West Bromwich, which is a Labour gain from the Conservatives, and Labour holding very well up in the north in Liverpool, Riverside, and also Blaydon and Consett as well.
Okay, so I've got that bringing us up to 98. Just refreshing the BBC feed, I have 34 seats to go. Just checking the other end of the figures there. Again, either an independent or a party that's not big enough to be included in the count figures on their own has lost a seat to somebody. So again, not a great night for the independents or the smaller parties there.
No, and I think that really shows our first past the post-voting system in this country. So there's been an awful lot of tactical voting this year, and I think that's basically to send a message that the country is fed up with the system, and the country actually wants to try and make sure that the system could be changed in the future. So
Yeah.
this is sending a strong message.
Absolutely, and like you say, tactical voting I think playing a big part here, which means the smaller parties inevitably do lose out. Just having a sip from my drink there. Grant Shapps speaking in Welwyn Hatfield. He's not stropped out of the count, so unfortunately that's not an election night bingo there. Still on the lookout for somebody calling this a disappointing night. If anyone spots that, do let us know. It would be nice to mark that one off. I thought we'd get that really early on. Let's see what else is happening. I'm seeing Hexham gain from the Conservatives here, Harvey.
Yeah.
And Liberal Democrats gaining Sutton and Cheam from the Conservatives, which I believe brings their total up to 11.
Yeah, it does bring it up to 11, and Labour have now crossed the magic 100 mark.
100, my goodness. Okay, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 70, 80, 90, 100. Okay, I am going to have to get a new sheet of paper. I'm running out of tally places.
We have our first win in for the Welsh Nationalist Party, Plaid Cymru.
Ah, amazing. So, one seat for Plaid Cymru there. We'll mark that off. Good for them.
And that was gained from the Conservatives. And we now have the first seat confirmed. We're going from Wales straight to Scotland. We have our first seat for the Scottish Nationalist Party in Aberdeen North.
Aberdeen North for the SNP. So, looking at how things are now, we've got a magic 100 for Labour. I have 13 for the Conservatives, 1 for Reform, 11 for the Liberal Democrats, and 1 apiece for the Scottish National Party and for Plaid Cymru. Yeah. it's difficult to keep on top of all this.
It's going to be... Indeed, it's going to be a very hectic night. Richmond Park has been held on by the Liberal Democrats.
Okay, bringing us up to 12, I believe.
Yeah, and the amount of Labour seats is ridiculous coming through. We're now up to 105.
105
for Labour
already, blimey. We're just seeing some images from Clacton here. It looks like things are getting somewhat heated, actually. There appears to be some frank exchanges taking place in Clacton at the moment. Not sure what that's all about. It looks like the candidates are assembling, so we might not be far off of a result from the looks of it. No one looking particularly confident, I have to say. The Labour Party member dressed as Sylvester McCoy apparently today. He's absolutely fab gentleman. Walks around dressed like the Doctor. He's wearing I count them 5 roses on his lapel. I mean, if you're gonna attend something like this, do it in style. Fair play, mate. Fair play.
Indeed. We have the Conservatives have actually started to do pretty well in rural Lincolnshire.
Oh, okay.
They've taken the seats of Sleaford and North Hykeham, and a seat very close to us in Grantham and Bourne.
Okay, so that takes us up to 16 for the Conservative Party. Just keeping a gentle eye on the Clacton feed, because that looks very much like they are about to declare. The counters have stopped counting. Everyone appears to be gathering by the stage. It looks like we will have a result soon, and if the predictions are right, this could be Reform's second seat of the evening, so we will keep an eye on developments there in Clacton. Just having a look at the BBC website, I am reading what we already knew, which was Ian Duncan Smith holds Chingford and Woodford Green. East Renfrewshire from the SNP is a Labour gain. Again, we knew about that. We watched that declaration live. Nigel Farage is now wandering off and waving his hand at somebody, looking sort of quite muted, actually. So, not sure. Someone's whispered something in his ear there. Presumably someone's telling him where the loos are.
I can confirm that the Peterborough result is looking to be imminent.
Imminent Peterborough result. Jeremy Vine now appearing on a virtual Downing Street. There appears to be a ramp made up of blue. I can't tell if that's Conservative blue or Reform blue. There seems to be quite a lot of it for it to be a Reform blue. I'm reading Burton and Uttoxeter for Labour, again from the Conservatives. Do you have that, Harvey?
I do indeed.
You do. So I believe that brings us up to 106.
It would be 106 if it wasn't for Newcastle East and Wallsend also being a Labour hole.
Okay, so that's 108 I'm counting in that case. So, let's see. Tory supporters now reporting that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat. That is the constituency of Portsmouth North. The size of the defeat is expected to be around 800 votes, too many for the declaration to be delayed by a recount. So, we are looking to some of the smaller stories there. Scottish Health Secretary Neil Gray's in a reflective mood. He concedes it's been a difficult night. Oh no, it's okay.
Is it? Do I hear a bit of bingo there?
Could be. I've got disappointing night. Look, okay, guys, are we going to accept difficult night as disappointing night? I'm throwing this one out to the chat room. What do you guys think? Let me know. I think we should say that counts. Overall turnout looks low. It looks like it could fall to 61%, which will be the lowest since 2005. That's the polling expert, Professor Sir John Curtis, chiming in with some data-driven analysis there.
The Liberal Democrats are gaining more seats from the Conservatives in Stratford-on-Avon and in Cambridgeshire South.
Okay, so that brings the Liberal Democrats up to 14, I believe. Something's going down in Basildon. There are some people wandering around looking a bit lost. I don't know if they perhaps just wandered in off the street looking for a cup of tea, but I suspect not.
Or maybe they've asked for reinforcements because of a second recount in this constituency.
Maybe. It looks like we're going back to Clacton now. Again, everyone's sort of gathered by the stage. There does not appear to be much counting going on. I'm not sure what the delay is. Does appear to be a lot of standing around and people looking like they're twiddling their thumbs. So I would assume we're going to get a result from there imminently, which isn't far off what we thought. I believe we said it was about 4 a.m. We're coming up to 3:23. So that's not entirely far off what we believed would be the time of declaration. And we've just cut to somewhere else now. I'm not sure where this is. This is Bath. Okay, we're seeing Bath again. Lots of people twiddling their
Bath.
thumbs.
Is it there? This is just outside of Bristol.
Yes. So not.
It's very much a counties area, but it's especially an area where the Green Party's been trying to increase their vote share.
Indeed, that is one of the seats that they are hoping to take from the Labour Party, I believe, in that area. We're just seeing footage of elsewhere now. I'm not sure where this is. There's a gentleman in a very fetching red tie, who I assume is the Labour Party candidate, and this appears to be Glasgow, the Labour Party candidate arriving at the count there. So we're now looking at footage of Glasgow, Bath and Clacton. Bath and Clacton both looking like they will be ready to declare soon, so potentially some interesting results due from there.
And we have had more results come in. South Holland in the Deepings, a very rural constituency, is been held by the Conservatives, but a massive decrease in majority.
So that brings the Conservative Party up to 17 seats by my count. Still miles behind the Labour seats, and we are looking at 509 declarations to go. We're still a bit of a way off that magic 326, but getting there slowly but surely.
The Conservatives are still digging their heels in, holding on to Norfolk Mid and Gosport.
Okay, so that brings us up to 19 by my count. We're just getting a...
The said election is as follows.
Islington. This is Jeremy Corbyn.
Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Okay, that would appear to be a victory for independent candidate Jeremy Corbyn. Previously held the seat as a Labour MP, now standing as an independent, having separated from the Labour Party. We're waiting confirmation of the other results, but that sounds like a pretty solid win to me.
120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950.
That's quite a difference. My goodness.
1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 3232. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660.
Green Party done unexpectedly well in Islington, more than the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, but not enough to get past Corbyn.
Praffle Nagan, Labour Party.
Someone's just shouted, "I love you, mate."
870.
Okay, so that is a pretty decisive victory for Jeremy Corbyn. The Labour candidate around 16,000 votes. That looks pretty decisive. We're just waiting for confirmation of that.
That's 16873.
And that is confirmed.
Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 17110. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as
So
follows.
that is confirmed. Jeremy Corbyn is an independent gain from Labour for Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn, in effect, retaining his seat in Islington North, which he has held for a number of years, I believe. Certainly for as long as I have been alive. Harvey, anything new from your end?
He's not. Yeah, well, Jeremy Corbyn's not actually going to be alone on the independent benches, because the Labour Party have lost Leicester South.
Oh!
The independent Stockhat Adam.
Interesting. Okay, so we have two tallies in the other column now. That's an interesting development. So, just tallying up where we are right now, I have 108 for Labour. Any movement on that, your end, Harvey?
Lots of movements, because they're constantly flying in. We're up to 117 now for Labour.
117. Okay, so that's 110. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 117. Okay. Conservatives, I have still on 19. Does that tally with what you have? Looks like
Yeah,
we
that
are
does.
heading to Clacton now. They're on the stage. Let's
I'm
fade
now
up.
going to declare the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament.
This is likely to be a victory for Nigel Farage, unfortunately, but let's see how we go.
For the Clacton constituency, on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225.
Oh, shit-eating grin from Farage there.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected.
So that is confirmed. Nigel Farage has won the constituency of Clacton with 21,225 votes and 8,405 majority. For God's sake, Clacton, what were you thinking?
That's Nigel Farage's 8th attempt at getting into the British Parliament. Bearing in mind he wasn't actually going to stand out this general election and changed his mind at the last moment, and it seems to have paid off for him.
Indeed. Nigel Farage speaking now. I don't think we will cross to that because I don't want to hear what the twat has to say, quite frankly. So that is 2 seats for Reform there. Any movement with Labour or the other parties?
Labour is currently on 125.
120. Oh my god, I'm way behind. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 115, 117. How much did you say, Arby?
125.
125. So that's 120. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And some breaking news as the Peterborough correspondent. Peterborough is so close to call, there is now going to be a recount.
Okay, recount in Peterborough. Okay, we will keep an eye on that. Labour gains Buckingham and Bletchley from the Conservatives. Get in! That's my local. So I'm quite pleased about that. That is excellent news. Callum Anderson, nice young man. Haven't met him, spoke to him online. Seems pretty solid. So, yeah, pleased about that.
The Liberal Democrats have been making gains. They've made gains in Eastbourne from the Conservatives.
Okay, so we've got 15 for the Liberal Democrats there.
Actually 16. They've
16.
now got St Neots and Mid Cambridgeshire.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so 16 there for the Liberal Democrats. I am reading 492 seats left to declare. Labour crawling slowly towards that magic majority of 326, 125 on our... Clacton doesn't tend to list thinking as a strong point, says Karen. On that note, we're going to have to disappear. Many thanks for the entertainment, Matt, and other viewers. Good night. Good night, Karen. Thank you for sticking with us. I hope you've enjoyed the show and this slightly alternative...
Good night, Karen.
And the slightly alternative look at the election night coverage. All the best. Right, so still fawning over Farage and Clacton, so we're not going to hear anything else from the BBC for a little while, I fear, so we'll stick to looking at the website, I think. Any gains,
Indeed, well,
Harvey?
currently as we speak, we've got quite a few Labour gains in Scotland from the SNP.
Okay.
We've got Paisley and Renfrewshire North, and we've also got Midlothian as well.
Okay, so that brings us up to 127 by my count. A gain of 51 from 51 seats, sorry. Conservatives now on 16, losing 58 seats. Liberal Democrats, I'm showing 14 on the BBC website. I have 16 on the tally. And Independent +1, that of course Jeremy Corbyn for Islington North. So yes, this is turning into a thoroughly interesting evening, all told. I am seeing 129 for the Labour Party, Harvey. Does that tally with what you have?
It did until Feltham and Heston came in as a Labour hold, which takes them up to 130.
130 for the Labour Party, still streets ahead of everybody else, which is a frankly fantastic result. Saffron Walden has just declared that appears to be a Reform candidate based on... Oh, no, sorry, my mistake. It's hard to tell from the rosette colours. That appears to be a Conservative win in Saffron Walden. My apologies. I just... Yes, because of looking at it, Reform has a pretty white bit around the rosette. That's why. Anyway, sorry, yes, Harvey, you were saying.
Quite a breaking room. Kenny Badenoch, possible future favourite to lead the Conservative Party, has retained her seat of Essex North West.
Essex North West for the Conservatives. That's Kenny Badenoch, and like you say, one of the front runners to lead the Conservative Party. Penny Mordaunt, also one of those front runners, but as we said earlier, although it's not confirmed yet, it is looking very much like Penny Mordaunt will lose her seat, which very much takes her out of the running. So yes, indeed, Kenny Badenoch suddenly taking a big leap forward as potential new party leader, because let's face it, Harvey, I don't think Rishi Sunak is going to be leader of the party for much longer.
I would be very surprised if you look at any elections. I mean, even when the Conservatives gained a smaller majority with David Cameron, Ed Miliband, the head of the Labour Party, resigned almost immediately. And and the same, no sitting leader having lost a general election from government has ever remained in post.
Yeah,
well, not for a very long time. So Rishi Sunak's position is going to be possibly untenable, and I feel it's going to drive greater divisions into the Conservative Party. So the Conservative Party have to go away tonight and basically rethink their whole strategy and start from scratch.
Absolutely. I think we will more than likely see a leadership election within the Conservative Party within weeks. So that will be something interesting to keep an eye on. I think it will very much be a case of we will be looking at who will be the leader of the opposition. In terms of where Rishi Sunak stands, I think regardless of the result in Richmond and Northallerton, I think his resignation speech is a matter of minutes rather than hours. So we will watch for that. I'm just refreshing the BBC website. Jeremy Corbyn speaking in Islington at the moment, which is a blessed relief because it means Farage is off my screen. Just showing St Neots and Mid Cambridgeshire for the Liberal Democrats, which we've already discussed. Conservatives holding North West Essex, again we've already discussed that. Let's see, what do we have here? I have 134 here. I think we said 135, didn't we, Harvey?
135, but we've now got Stockton North, which is the Labour hold, taking us to 136.
136. Good night, little Miss Tara Bear. Thank you for sticking with us. I hope you enjoyed the show. Or better yet, the Conservatives should just go away, says Solitaire. Potentially, that would be nice. I can't see it happening. There will be at least 19 of them. Although, amusingly, I'm looking at the number of seats that I've currently declared. The Liberal Democrats, as it currently stands, not far behind the Conservatives. So we'll see what happens. I think it's unlikely, but not impossible. The Lib Dems could form the next opposition. Unlikely, however.
I'm very unfortunate to basically try and break that theory to you, because we have just had a load of Conservative holds come in.
Disappointing.
For Orpington, Hertsmere, Romsey and Southampton North, Louth and Horncastle. Again, it tends to be more rural constituencies where they're winning here, and also in the New Forest East constituency as well.
Indeed.
So the Conservatives are now at 26.
26 for the Conservative Party at the moment, still miles behind the Labour Party, who are racing through the 100s now. I think we said 136 at last count. And for anyone just joining us, the current count is 136 for Labour. we have 26 for the Conservatives. Reform has gained 2 seats, Lee Anderson and Nigel Farage respectively. Liberal Democrats, I have 16 seats at the present time. No seats declared for the Green Party as of yet. The SNP and Plaid Cymru have a seat apiece, respectively, so 1 seat each. And other candidates, we have 2 gains for other candidates. One of those, of course, being Jeremy Corbyn for Islington North, where he's standing as an independent candidate, having separated from the Labour Party within the last year. So,
indeed, and now to the sunny constituency of Great Yarmouth has now returned the 3rd Reform MP from the Conservatives.
Okay, do we know who that is off the top of our head?
It is Rupert Lowe.
Rupert Lowe, not a name I am familiar with, but that is Reform's 3rd seat, 3. So still very much a minority party, but gaining seats. Bearing in mind the exit poll predicted 13.
Indeed, gained from the Conservatives, but the Conservatives were knocked down to 3rd. The Labour Party actually came 2nd.
Goodness. Okay, well, one to watch there. So, interesting developments. I'm as tempted as I am to dive away to some music. I think the results continue to come in thick and fast, so I think we will wait until things calm down a bit, which I don't think will happen anytime soon. Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, we've got a Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservatives in Cheadle.
Okay, so that brings them up to 17 seats for the Liberal Democrats. And I am just seeing Labour Party sources say they are set for 30 seats in Scotland, which is, I mean, not unprecedented. I think we knew Labour were going to do quite well, but 30 is a hell of a number to add to the total and get them over that magic 326, which is getting closer and closer by the minute, quite frankly. Leicester South, by the way. The other independent gain appears to be Leicester South, which is a gain from Labour. That is Shokat Adam, who is an independent candidate, so not affiliated with a particular political party.
Indeed, the Labour total, we've now got it up to 147 seats.
Okay, 147. So that is 10, 20, 30... 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130... 146, did you say, Harvey?
Well, it's now 148.
148? My God. I have literally... I'm just going to show the tally on the screen now. I have literally run out of space in the Labour Party box. This goes to show the power of poor planning.
Well, we weren't expecting for a bit greater than a Tony Blair style landslide in 1997, were we? So
possibly not.
This is a precedent.
It is, to be fair. So let's see. Quick swig of the old drink here. We are no results currently showing on the BBC. We've gone to the election expert in the form of... Hang on, I have got his name written down somewhere. No, I don't. It's right at the bottom of the list. Sir something is speaking at the moment. There is... something is updating on the BBC page. Let's see what that is. Right. Some analysis from Chris Mason, the BBC's political editor. A reminder listening to Grant Shapps a little earlier as he acknowledged his defeat in Welling Hatfield that politics at its heart is about human beings. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that Grant Shapps was the Transport Secretary under Boris Johnson, who described striking RMT workers as greedy. So, you know, as we say, very much about human beings.
Definitely, and calling us enemies of the people.
Exactly, yes. But as we say, very much about human beings. And he spoke with an audible crack in his voice. Oh, my heart bleeds. Anyway.
If there's any way to take away from tonight, I think that's the result I'm most pleased with.
Yeah, not gonna lie, little bit of me is very pleased about that particular result. So get in. Haven't seen any anything new for election night bingo here. I mean, there's a few different bits and bobs we could still potentially fill out. Keeping an eye on North Allerton and hold on, sorry, Richmond and North Allerton, sorry, because there's two potential ones there. Rishi Sunak loses his seat and Count Binface gets more than 100 votes. Which I'll be very interested to see the outcome of that. At some point, we can expect Rishi Sunak to concede. Whether he does that before we go off air or not is a matter of debate. As I say, I suspect his resignation speech is a matter of minutes away rather than hours. So,
of course, I still try and hold it out because obviously he's got to start packing and putting number 10 down.
he's got to call the removal van, you know.
Indeed, and then he's got to ask the king for a meeting tomorrow as well. So it's it's going to be a very busy 24 hours for Rishi Sunak.
Yeah. Do we think he's booked the plane ticket from Heathrow yet to fly out to California, or do you think he'll wait a couple of days?
Well, no, he won't be taking the flight. He'll be taking his wife their private jet.
Oh, naturally, of course. What? He's not going to go BA, is he? He's not a pauper. Carlisle just popping up on my screen as a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Is that a new one for you, Harvey?
Which one was that, sorry?
Carlisle, a Labour gain from the Conservatives.
Yes, one of many new ones that have been coming in. Labour now on 159.
59, my goodness. Okay.
Okay, right. We are now getting some results in from Northern Ireland now.
Okay.
So we have the constituency of Lagan Valley, the Alliance party, they're quite a new party to the scene, have gained it from the DUP.
Okay, so we're now looking at the other. It's an other game from an other. So not well recorded, but certainly a change of hands there.
Indeed, and that's not the only constituency in Northern Ireland, because we do Sinn Féin hold on to Ulster Mid as well.
Okay.
And obviously, just to remind everyone, members of Sinn Féin do not actually take their seats in Parliament.
An interesting one there. Just seeing some news here that Plaid Cymru has gained Caffidin, I think that's how you pronounce that, from the Conservatives, which I believe brings them up to 2 seats. Let's see.
Indeed it does.
Indeed. I've got Conservatives hold Hertsmere, which I believe should bring them up to 10, 25, 27. Another Great Yarmouth for Reform, I believe we've covered already. I've got
we've got a large one here. The Isle of Wight. Now, all previous elections, the whole island was just one constituency, but due to boundary changes, it's now 2. You have the Isle of Wight West and the Isle of Wight East. Both were Conservative in 2019. The Isle of Wight West has just returned a Labour gain.
A Labour gain. Okay, so that brings us up to... hang on. I'm, again, running out of tally space here. I may have to get a notepad out so I can record this properly. So, if I grab that... How many have you got there, Harvey, for Labour at the moment?
162.
Okay, so 100, 60... So, and then 2. Okay.
Sorry, 164.
164, okay. Right.
A seat very close to you, that's Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard.
Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard. I'm going to hazard a guess here and say that is a Labour win.
It is indeed from the Conservatives.
Indeed, I did think it would be. Okay, so that brings us up to 165, I believe, looking at that.
Indeed. So we've got 165 for Labour. Actually, 166, Labour are holding on to seats in Wales. That's Neath and Swansea East.
Okay, there we go. Bring us up to 166 there. BBC forecast here. The BBC are forecasting a Labour majority of 170. They are predicting 405 seats for Labour, 154 for the Conservatives, 56 Lib Dem seats, 6 SNP seats, 4 seats for Plaid Cymru, 4 for Reform, and 2 Green Party seats. That is the current prediction, and other 19. So an interesting prediction there from the BBC. We will see how accurate that is.
Indeed. The Liberal Democrats are in the West Country absolutely hammering the Tories. They've now taken the constituency of Devon North.
Okay. That brings me up to 18 for the Liberal Democrats. And so let's just...
They've also taken Wokingham as well from the Conservatives, so another Lib Dem gain.
So 17 there. So just totting up my numbers here, I've got 166 for the Labour Party. Conservative Party, I have 27 at the present. Reform, 3 seats at the moment. The Liberal Democrats, 19 I have at the moment.
The Lib Dems have just gained another 2.
Okay.
In the fold of Wokingham and Chichester.
Bringing us up to 21 for the Liberal Democrats there. Still no seats for the Green Party that I am aware of.
Not at the moment. It'll be interesting to hear of Bristol Central and also Brighton and Hove as well.
Yes, 2 seats that I'm keeping an eye on from my sheet here. SNP still has 1. Plaid Cymru now has 2. Independent candidates I'm reading now have as 6. So independent and other smaller parties doing quite well at the moment, considering. Let's see, anything new popping up on the BBC feed here. I'm reading Rutherglen from the SNP for Labour. Let's see. I think
we've got quite a lot of conservative holds coming in.
Okay.
We've got Meridian and Solihull East. That's in Birmingham. You have Havant, which is on the south coast.
Yep.
You have Staffordshire Moorlands, and we have Fareham and Waterlooville. So that takes the Conservatives up to 32.
32 for the Conservative Party at the moment. I am just seeing, local to me, Labour has gained Milton Keynes North from the Conservatives. That is the Chris Curtis candidate. Earlier in the show, you may remember, we spoke about the Conservative candidate for Milton Keynes North who was challenged to drink some of our river water to prove it was safe. Having done a rather gaudy photo shoot of himself swimming topless in the River Ouse. So, not going to lie, quite pleased he's gone. I'm reading Bassett Law from the Conservatives for Labour as well. That's a relatively recent update. Mid and South Pembrokeshire from the Conservatives to Labour as well.
Yeah, we have Rutherglen, which is a Labour gain from the SNP.
Okay, how many have you got up there, Harvey? I've lost count.
Well, we have Burnley, we have Bolton North East, we have York Central, we have Peckham, we have Newport West and Ilsworth, Ellesmere Port and Brumborough. So they've all been flying in for Labour through the doors, and they're now at 176.
176. Okay, so 176 there. Okay, fantastic. Labour doing extremely well. We are not far off that magic number. I think, looking at the time, Harvey, we're 10 to 4. You and I have been talking for about an hour and 20 minutes now. I think if at this pace, we might see a result between half 4 and 5. What do you reckon?
Very possibly so. Again, we're seeing Labour take a lot of Conservative seats, especially in the north. A lot of the seats being returned in the north and in Scotland now as well. And now with the Liberal Democrat seats, some of them being down in the West Country, it is looking at the map on the Sky News tracker. It looks like it's about 50% filled in, and there's not a lot of blue on it.
Just looking at the BBC feed now, it looks like Suella DeVille, Suella Braverman, I should say, is speaking in Fareham. It appears from her expression and the mood on the stage that she has retained her seat in that constituency. Just waiting for confirmation of that.
Indeed. And breaking news, Matt, from the constituency of Bristol Central, the Green Party have gained it from Labour.
The Green Party there with their first seat. Excellent news for them. So they've got one seat there. Brighton Pavilion, very much a Green safe seat when it was being held by Caroline Lucas. We will await to see if that is held by the Green Party with the results. But that being the case, prediction-wise, we're looking at 2 seats for the Green Party, which has doubled their seats in Parliament, which we joke about.
We have, which is fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic gain for the Green Party there. Fantastic. North Devon, I'm seeing...
Yeah, we do also have the Scottish National Party have managed to hold on to Perth and Kinrossshire.
Okay, so
that's another one for the SNP.
2 for the SNP there. I'm seeing Labour holding Tottenham, David Lammy holding on to his seat there. So I believe that takes us up to 77, I want to say. 100.
Well, if it wasn't for the rest of these, we've got Great Grimsby and Three Forks.
Yeah.
We've got Pembrokeshire, Mid and South, and we've also got more seats in Wales. We've got Clyde North, which is a Labour gain from the Conservative in Wales.
Okay, all right. So that brings up.
So that's very interesting. So that's 182.
182. Okay. Fantastic. Again, edging closer and closer to that magic number of 326. Again, not far off. These are coming in thick and fast at this point.
Indeed.
Sorry, go ahead.
Now we've got a completely different demographic. We're now going down into Kent, where we've got a Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservative in Tunbridge Wells.
Okay, so I have got them at 22 seats at the present time.
Yep.
Okay, and the Conservatives at 32 still, or have they made any gains?
Conservatives are still at 32 seats at the moment. Haven't had any results for them in quite a while.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Just looking at some analysis from the BBC here. Chris Mason, political editor, says, it might be the middle of the night, but this is the night of 1,000 stories. 2 huge characters are heading to Westminster. Jeremy Corbyn, more than 40 years an MP, is back, elected as an independent, beating the party he led into the last general election easily. Keir Starmer would have much rather seen the back of his predecessor properly. Instead, Corbyn is back, albeit on the opposition benches, not the government ones. And then Nigel Farage, an MP at the 8th time of trying. It's not very impressive, is it? Let's be honest. Farage will have a big impact on Westminster. However, many fellow Reform MPs he is sitting alongside. I disagree with that. I do not believe Farage will have a big impact on Westminster, as I do not believe he will be spending much time there. He will have to fit it around his commitments presenting for GBBs. We're getting the Basildon result.
Basildon, it's only up the road. I should just say that the Green Party have taken Bristol Central. They took the council.
You're behind us, BBC. Come on. This is ridiculous. We're an amateur outfit. What are you playing at?
We're now going to go to Ian Duncan Smith.
We have another game for Plaid Cymru.
So that brings them up to 3.
Shadow Culture Secretary for Labour loses her seat there. So let's now go to Ian Duncan Smith.
I don't think we need to hear from Ian Duncan Smith, but there was some coverage of Basildon there, which indicates to me we're going to expect a result from there very soon if we have not already had one. Don't know if you've got any update on your end there, Harvey?
No, not from Basildon and Billericay. Remember, this is the Conservative Party chairman, and he was actually flown into this safe seat for the very purpose of making sure he's re-elected. And the fact that this would be extremely embarrassing for the Tories if we lost this.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first embarrassing thing to happen this evening, let's be honest. Labour gaining North Ayrshire and Arran from the SNP. I don't know if that's a new one or one we already discussed.
Yeah, that is a brand new one.
Brand new one.
Indeed. We also have a Liberal Democrat gain in Thornbury and Yates from the Conservatives.
Taking them up to 23, I believe, on this end.
Yeah, that's correct. And back over the pond in Northern Ireland, Upper Ban has been held by the Democratic Unionist Party.
Okay, taking the other total up to 7 by my count.
Breaking news, Matt. Breaking news. We have the result for Basildon and Billericay. It is the Labour Party was 12,885 votes. The Conservative Party was 12,905 votes.
Oh, that is incredibly close. So that is a Conservative hold, I believe.
Hold, but only by 20 votes.
That is that explains the numerous recounts there. That is, I mean, it's a win, but embarrassingly close. Hemel Hempstead, I'm seeing Labour gain from the Conservatives here. How many does that bring us up to by your tally, Harvey?
For Labour, we currently have 194.
Okay, so 60, 70, 80, 90...
And Richard Tice, the former leader of Reform, has been elected in the seat of Boston and Skegness.
I think
a gain from the Conservatives.
I think we expected that, so that takes Reform's seats up to 4. Again, this was the forecasting from the BBC from a few minutes ago that this would be the case. So they have obtained the 4 seats that were predicted by the BBC. Far cry from 13 that the exit polls seem to suggest. So a good night for Reform, but not necessarily a great night as it stands.
Indeed. What we've tend to see from the exit poll is it was very accurate in regards to predicting the Labour vote share. It's sort of overestimated the Reform and slightly underestimated the Conservatives. So is this something of people who are willing to vote for change, willingly telling the pollsters this, and those voting Conservative feeling like they don't actually want to speak to talk to the pollsters?
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, isn't it? I think people are. I think in many respects, depending on how their party is doing in the public eye, we are a country where the national emotion is embarrassment. So I imagine there is a little bit of not wishing necessarily to talk to pollsters, or if they are talking to pollsters, not necessarily giving an honest answer. Because they don't want to be embarrassed. Unfortunately, as we said earlier, the exit poll is gathered from 20,000 voters across 133 seats. So it's a very small proportion, and then some scaling up is done by people who know things about statistics, unlike me. So the polls are only as accurate as the information you have from the minority groups. I mean, 20,000 voters, that's basically a constituency. So it's a slice of the electorate, but not a big one.
No, definitely not. But we have an SNP hold in Dundee Central.
Okay, so we have 3 seats for the SNP there.
That takes it up to 4.
Okay, that does take it up to 4. You're quite right. And I'm reading the Conservatives are holding Louth and Horncastle.
Yes, we accounted for that one a while ago. Louth and Horncastle, again, another rural Lincolnshire constituency. So in the rural East Midlands, the Conservatives are holding on to seats quite well, apart from some seats which Reform have been snatching from them.
Indeed. I'm reading Labour is confident of a victory in Gedling. We have not had that confirmed yet, but Michael Payne, the Labour candidate for Gedling in Nottinghamshire, has arrived at the count. Labour lost the seat in 2019 after holding it for 22 years, but are now confident they can win it. They believe they've won 50% of the vote, which is far ahead of the Tories. Lib Dems...
Indeed, we've had another absolute flood of Labour gains and Labour holds all across the country. We've got Cardiff West, Gedling, Llanelli, sorry, that's a Welsh one. Llanelli, Norwich North, Tamworth, Lewisham West and East Dulwich, Southampton, Itchen, Liverpool Wavertree, Watford, Hackney North and Stoke Newington. They are literally flying in as we speak.
Okay, so
at 209.
209, so 60, 70, 80, 90, 209. There we go. So my tally is now up to date, edging ever closer to that magic 346. 120 or so to go, I believe. I do not think we will be far off somebody declaring victory at this point, and it's looking more and more likely that the exit polls are correct, and we will have a landslide result with a new Labour government led by Keir Starmer. Looking ever more and more likely. We're now getting some results from Boston on the BBC.
This is Richard Tice's seat.
Yes.
Warman Matthew Roberts, the Conservative Party candidate.
Okay, so looking at that, yeah, that doesn't appear to be live. That appears to be an earlier recording of that announcement. And as we have already confirmed, that is Reform's 4th seat. Again, not a great night for them, but a good night in terms of the number of seats they had. Previously, I think, as the Brexit Party, they did have a number of seats in Parliament. I think this would be a record number for them. I could be wrong. I don't have the previous results to hand. But certainly a good night for the Reform Party there. Let's see, anything else analysis-wise? I'm reading Thornbury and Yates for the Liberal Democrats. Yeah.
Back up in Scotland, Edinburgh West has been held by the Liberal Democrats.
Okay, so that brings Liberal Democrats up to 24.
Indeed.
Let's see.
And we've got quite a lot of similar holds coming in for the Conservative Party of Leicestershire South and Romford.
Okay. So that brings the Conservatives 10, 20, 36 seats for the Conservative Party at present.
Conservatives have now also held on to Newark and Droitwich and Evesham, as well as Surrey East.
Okay, so bringing us up to 20, 30, 40 seats. Have I got that right?
39.
39. I was off by one. Never mind. Okay.
Well, it's a bit like an exit poll. You're allowed a bit of margin of error.
Yeah, I don't have a panel of experts helping me. I have you. And you are very good, but you are not a panel. So...
just to answer your question, when Reform was the Brexit Party in 2019, they actually did not gain a single seat in the Parliament.
Ah, okay. I was wildly misinformed there then in that case. So yes, a very good night for Reform UK Party Limited, aka the Brexit Party, aka whatever they're calling themselves this week. A number
Where
of...
heard that before?
Let's see, how are we doing? We currently have 5 viewers, and I will just say this, guys. Well done for sticking around. 5 of you. I'm bloody impressed. I thought I'd have no one watching by now, so fair play to all of you, and thank you very much for sticking with us. It's been a thoroughly impressive and interesting evening. It looks like we're getting the results for Portsmouth. Let's have a listen.
All the candidates are on the stage there.
Penny Mordaunt looking gloomy, I think would be an understatement.
So many ministers, 10 so far.
It's gone up to 15.
Go. It's 15.
15 ministers.
It's now 15. So a real bloodbath for the Conservatives tonight.
Yeah, the BBC confirming their 15 ministers in the Conservative Party have lost their seats. That is an extraordinary number.
Seats as we wait for Penny Mordaunt's.
I mean, you know, with possibly having the first ever Chancellor of the Exchequer losing their seat, the Home Secretary not being safe, the Leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, currently, you know, the former Health Secretary and the Transport Secretary. So a lot of senior figures losing their seats tonight.
Indeed. It's, as the BBC just said, a bloodbath for the Conservative front bench.
But it points also to a real changing of the guard. So faces that have been familiar to our viewers over the years, whether it's Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, people who've been around, who've been in prominent jobs, are on their way out. Will Penny Mordaunt become the latest of them? Suggestions from Labour about half an hour or so was that it was very, very tight and they were feeling pretty hopeful. So is that a brave face or a guarded smile? We should know just in the next couple of minutes.
I don't think that's a guarded smile at all. I think that is very much a brave face. It looks like we might be getting a result momentarily.
Follows the straws in the wind, and hopefully the declaring officer, resplendent in that, I was going to say fancy dress, but that would be terribly official dress, will be giving us the declaration anytime soon. But it looks like they're still waiting for one of the candidates to turn up on the stage.
Just to cut in, Matt, very quickly.
Yep, listening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've got a major development in Suffolk Coastal. Unexpected gain for the Green Party.
Oh, my goodness. So already they've doubled their seats. Assuming that Brighton Pavilion is a safe seat, we've potentially got 3 Green Party seats. That is a surprise. My goodness. It looks like the returning officer is coming back now.
I, Councillor Jason Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
So, not decisive win for the Labour Party there. Very close. There's around 1,000 votes in it, I would say. Less than 1,000, in fact. But that does appear to be a Labour victory for Portsmouth North. We're just awaiting confirmation of that.
Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501. I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament.
So that is confirmed. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House, has lost her seat in Portsmouth North. That has been gained by the Labour Party. As we
What a night this is turning out to be.
It really is, yeah. As we were saying, 15 ministers now, I believe that takes up to 16, have now lost their seats, which is an extraordinary figure.
Oh, massively. An update from Suffolk Coastal. It would appear that somebody at Sky News is having a very bad day and got their data wrong.
Oh, no.
So the Green Party have not gained the Suffolk Coastal seat. It is actually a Labour gain.
A Labour gain. Okay, fine. Let's have a look here. I'm seeing a couple of Conservative holds as well. Sussex Weald and Basildon and Bigglorichy, as we've discussed previously.
We've also got Sevenoaks, Worcestershire West, Harborough, Oadbury and Wigston, and Hornchurch and Upminster.
Okay.
So it takes the Conservatives up to 43.
43 for the Conservatives. There we are. Right, just scratch that one out. I've miscounted. Okay, how many do you have for Labour at the moment, Harvey? Because I think I've massively lost count.
I think most people will be losing count tonight for Labour. We're currently at 232.
232. Okay, so 60, 70, 80, 90, 200, 210, 220. 230, 232. Okay. Ooh, what a night. Thick and fast, thick and fast. Right, I am going to take a short break, so I am going to play a song. Harvey, I will come back to you very shortly. Thank you very much for all of your help. If I can ask you to hold the fort for 5 minutes.
I think you'll need a good break, because I'm sure we'll get plenty of results in the meantime.
I'm sure we will. So while we're waiting on that, I am going to play a song. This is A Flock of Seagulls, and I Ran So Far Away. Here we go. just fading out. Flock of seagulls there a tiny bit early. You are listening, of course, to Tea Time with Matt, and this is our election special. We are just going to dial in our Peterborough correspondent, Harvey, who has been doing a fantastic job of keeping us on top of the results this evening. I'm hoping I'm going to get Harvey back in a second. How are we doing here? Have we got anywhere? No, here we go. Oh, there we are. Yes, we have Harvey back. Hello, Harvey.
Hello, Matt.
Hello. What did I miss?
Quite a lot.
Okay, where are we at? Give me figures, I guess.
So, current figures. There's a very large echo for some reason. I can hear my own voice, which is very off-putting.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Hold on, let me see what I can do about that. Is that any better?
No, it's the same.
Same. Okay. Not sure what's happened there. Let me see. Can I do anything about that? I haven't changed anything, so I'm not sure why that's the case.
No, that's technology for you. But
yeah.
We'll continue as we are.
We'll power through. We'll be all right, I'm sure.
I mean, we've made it to 4:15. Looking out the window, the sun's starting to come up, so I'm sure we can do the last little bit.
Oh dear, this is not good. Okay, so where are we at? Labour. How many have we got?
Labour are currently on 244.
244.
Mainly quite a lot of gains in the northwest, in the Manchester area and the Midlands, and quite a lot around London as well.
Okay, excellent.
The Liberal Democrats gained a seat in Norfolk North.
Okay. And that brings them up to... I have 24 here. Does that bring them up to 25?
No, because there was a lot more that came in during the break. So the Liberal Democrats are now up to 28.
28 for the Liberal Democrats. Okay. And any gains anywhere else?
Not as far as I can see, but some more Conservative holds, taking them to 47.
47, okay.
Have we... I can only remember there actually being one seat which the Conservatives have gained so far this evening. Is that correct?
That sounds about right to me. I would hesitate to say that's definitely the case, but based on what little I am remembering, that sounds about right.
Yeah. And as we speak, we've got another Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives in Westmoreland and Lonsdale.
And I believe that's taking them up to 29 at this point, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, excellent stuff. Edging closer and closer to that magic number of 326. At the moment, I count Labour as... Hold on a minute. 160, 70, 80, 90... 200, 210, 220, 230, 244. 244. So we are under 100 away from this being a official Labour victory. I do not think we'll be far away at all.
I don't think we will, because we're now at 248. We now have Sheffield South East, Harrow West, Stretford and Urmston, and Newcastle under Lyme.
Just getting some data about that Bristol Green gain for the Green Party. It looks to have been a massive swing of about... oh, no, they've taken it off the screen. Ignore me. Never mind. I thought I had something interesting to say there. I do not. Suffolk Coastal, a 19% swing from Conservative to Labour. Plymouth Moorview, which is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. That's a 20% swing from Conservatives to Labour. This is all just being pinched verbatim from the BBC One feed at the moment. Looking onto the BBC website, some analysis here. Sir John Curtis talking about the swing in Aberdeen North that we saw earlier. Very similar to what we were expecting. The 18% swing from SNP to Labour is bang in line with the BBC forecast. Really beginning to look like it will be a bad night for the SNP. And Henry Zeffman, who's the chief political correspondent, saying sources suggest just 100 votes in it for Hunt's seat in Godalming and Ash. So potentially an interesting result to come from there very soon.
Indeed, the Liberal Democrats are now well on fire down in the West Country here, and also in London. So we've got the seats of Yeovil and Wimbledon for the Liberal Democrats.
Okay, taking us up to 31, I believe.
We do indeed, and back over in Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin have held on to Tyrone West,
taking the other total up to 8 by my count. Like I say again, Sinn Féin very much in the other category because they are not a large enough party to get their own figures for whatever reason. But there we are.
Well, when we thought about it, when Reform and the Green Party come into the figure, you know, they're not exactly large parties in themselves.
No, indeed, it does make me wonder just what the weighting is for the decisions made when we put these statistics online in the media. A discussion for another day, I fear. That's that we could spend hours talking about that particular conversation. So the forecast again, still a Labour landslide. That forecast again, the BBC is forecasting 405 seats for Labour, 154 for the Conservatives, 56 for the Liberal Democrats, which will be their highest number in many years. The SNP are forecast to have 6, and Reform are forecast to have 4, and 25 seats going to either smaller parties or independent candidates. I believe that's John Prescott being interviewed on the BBC just at the moment. God, he's aged. Looks like we're getting a result from Bath here. Let's listen into that.
The Member of Parliament for the Bath constituency do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. ANON.
Forgive us, it's not Jacob Rees-Mogg's declaration. These things happen on election night.
Okay. It looks like the BBC thought we were going to get Jacob Rees-Mogg's result. It is not Jacob Rees-Mogg's result just at the moment. They are reading another constituency for that location. I'm not sure which. And we don't have that result just yet because we've cut away from it. So we'll have to wait on that one, I fear.
We do indeed. However, though, we do have updates from the count of the Prime Minister's seat in Richmond. The result is not currently being declared. However, though, one of the competing members, one of the YouTubers that is trying to run for the seat, there's currently filming happening inside, which shouldn't be happening. So there's currently a bit of security issues being raised at the count in the seat of Richmond.
Interesting drama in Richmond and Northallerton there. So we'll keep a close eye on that. That of course Rishi Sunak's seat, and where Count Binface is running, which is important for us because that is a potential to tick off 2 boxes on election night bingo. Unfortunately, we haven't got a single line yet. So I think the 2 that we have ticked off have been foiled by Farage's unexpected success, or expected success, I should say, in that even if Count Binface gets more than 100 votes, we can't get bingo because we cannot get the full line, which is a letdown, but never mind.
You've got a lot of hopes on Binface, haven't you?
I have, yeah. Well, more than 100 votes I will take. You know, that is a win. So yeah, they potentially get 2 boxes off of bingo. Even if we don't get bingo, we can tick off potentially Count Binface getting more than 100 votes and Rishi Sunak losing his seat. And as I say, the people of Richmond and Northallerton have the opportunity to do something hilarious. I'm just going to let that hang there.
Indeed, I would. I'd certainly want to be in that constituency for this year. It's just in many most people with a constituency where they have a sitting prime minister often feel that they get left behind in terms of their local representation. But obviously, but it does really put them in the spotlight on those politically.
Indeed, and I think the almost in many ways the downside of being a constituency of a sitting prime minister or a leader of a party, and particularly the prime minister, it does attract the candidates like Count Binface who are doing it for the laughs, and I think that is a beautiful part of our democracy. However, it does rather undermine the seriousness of the seat. So I imagine if you're a voter in Northallerton and Richmond, you're probably quite annoyed by all these upstarts in silly costumes coming to stand against your current MP.
Yeah, you certainly would. Many more results flooding in again. The Conservatives are holding on to more, especially around the Birmingham area, in Sutton Coldfield and in Bromsgrove, as well as the Wrekin as well.
Okay, so how many has that taken them up to?
50.
50. Okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 5, 50. So 50 seats for the Conservatives currently. Where are we standing with Labour at the moment?
Labour are absolutely blitzing its way to that magic number. We're now at 272.
272, so 160, 70, 80, 90, 200, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Sorry, that number again, please, Army?
272.
272, okay.
Wait, 274.
274, okay.
We've got Applied Cymru hold in Wales.
Plaid Cymru in Wales, giving them a total of 4 seats, in line with the predictions at the moment. Let's see.
Indeed. And we do also have some... we've got the Lib Dems down in the West Country. The Liberal Democrats, they hold on to Bath. They actually gain Dorking and Hawley from the Conservatives, and they also gain Wells and Mendip Hills as well from the Conservatives.
Okay, so I make that they have 35 seats currently?
34.
34. I was a little bit quick off the mark there. -1 from that total there. Okay. So
It's all right. You probably saw Ed Davey go straight past you in a jet ski or something, which was made you thought that the count was going a lot quicker.
He is an incredibly distracting man, so it's unsurprising, really. Yeah, so it seems that the BBC is experiencing a lull in their results, because we have dwelt on the interview with Mr. Prescott for quite some time. It feels like a long time, and I'm not even hearing him speak. So make of that what you will, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. We've got quite an interesting one. We have the Isle of Wight West constituency returning a Labour gain. However, the Isle of Wight East constituency has now returned a Conservative hold.
Oh, interesting. So it split right down the middle of the Isle of Wight there.
Indeed. Obviously, this was a boundary change, especially for this election. So the boundary change has certainly stopped the Conservative Party from being booted off the island.
Indeed. And just a note on election night bingo, just in case you thought we were taking this far too seriously. It is now impossible for us to obtain one of the boxes, which was national result declared before 4:30 a.m, as it is now 4:30 a.m. Yeah.
Is it really already?
It is already. It doesn't feel like it, does it? It's... Oh dear. I honestly thought this evening would drag. It's absolutely flown by, especially the last hour or two.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it's like I said, and as we get later on into the morning, when we because we're not far away from the magic number, we're going to have all the people who have not been up all night will be waking up this morning to go to their morning jobs and where getting up ready for the school run, and they're going to be seeing these results coming through. And they'll probably have no idea what has happened and what the extraordinary things have been happening over this night.
Yeah, I pity in many ways the people who have not stayed up to watch this, because they're going to have to get up tomorrow and catch up with all of the notifications on their phone or whatever their news app of choice may be. Certainly an interesting night, some unexpected developments, some expected developments. Certainly, I did not expect we would lose the number of ministers we have. That really is extraordinary.
Oh, definitely. This is like cabinet Armageddon for the Conservative Party, and this not only is are we not expecting Rishi Sunak whether Rishi Sunak will stay leader of the Conservative Party or whether he will resign as a result of these elections, which is heavily expected. But who do we actually have left in the Conservative Party which can actually take the reins from him? Because there's no obvious successor, and a lot of the main candidates have lost their seats. Kemi Badenoch is the only real one in the front running that has actually kept her seat.
So, yes, I think Kemi Badenoch, the one to watch for the next few weeks, because it's looking extremely likely she will end up as leader of the opposition. So we want one to keep an eye on. I will not be keeping an eye on it as part of the show, because if this show continues that long, I may die. I'm reading Labour gaining Wolverhampton West from the Conservatives. Is that one we've already counted?
No, it's not, but there's many which we haven't counted. We've got, just to quickly blitz through some of these Labour ones, we've got Wolverhampton West, Pontefract, Clapham and Brixton, Poplar and Limehouse, Salford, Hastings and Rye, Gillingham and Raynham, Portsmouth South, Cardiff North, York Outer and Ribble Valley.
So that takes the total 250, 60, 70, 80, 85. 285, does that tally with what you have?
283.
283, I'm off the gun again. -2 there.
It's been a long night.
It has, extremely long night. But bearing in mind, we kicked off the show here with part 1. Let's see, where are you now? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 8.5 hours ago. That's more than a full working day. So, oh dear.
I've been from London to Newcastle and back in the shift in that time.
Exactly.
So.
This is a lot. This is certainly more work than I do on an average day.
Back over in Wales, Plaid Cymru hold on to Ceredigion and Pwllheli.
Giving them their 5th seat, I believe. Let's see if there's any update on the BBC News feed. Some discussion about Gaza from Sir John Curtis again. It may seem like a while ago now, but the Conservatives made their first gain over an hour ago in Leicester East. Labour's vote there is down 29 points in a seat that was fought by Labour candidate Keith Vaz and more than one pro-Gaza independent candidate. It looks like this is a seat where Gaza has cost Labour dearly. We discussed earlier the ongoing situation in Gaza between Israel and Palestine. Has been a serious vote splitter for a number of constituencies across the country. So again, we're seeing the effects of that right into this morning. Just reading Bexley, Heath and Crayford from the Conservatives to Labour.
We do. We actually have quite a lot of the London seats coming in now. So quite a lot of seats in and around the Greater London area have been coming in, and it's been an absolute landslide for Labour in the capital, which is very unsurprising. Conservative losing lots of seats in and around the Greater London area, and a lot of seats in London which are Labour holds as well. So a very, very good day for Labour in the capital.
Just getting an update on the latest BBC forecast as of 04:34, so 1 minute ago. The current forecast is still 410 for Labour, 144 Conservative seats, 58 Lib Dem seats, 8 seats for the Scottish National Party, 4 seats for Plaid Cymru, 4 seats for Reform, so Reform already have those 4. So actually we are ahead with Plaid Cymru in the number of seats that was being forecast, and the Green Party is forecast to have 2 seats, and with other smaller parties or independent candidates having 20 seats. Seeing Hastings and Rye as a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Labour gains York Outer from the Conservatives, so coming in thick and fast. Looking at the figure on the BBC, we have 277 by my count. Harvey, what do you make it at your end?
I've actually got 288.
288, okay. 60, 70, 80, 85, 86, 87, 88. Getting closer and closer to that magic number. Under 50 seats to go before we can officially say they have a majority, and it shows no sign of slowing down.
Oh no, definitely not. Immediately we've got another one, a Labour gain from the Conservatives in Dorset South, and also from the SNP at Ayrshire Central as well. And we've got an absolute loads of results coming in. Conservative Labour gains from the Conservatives, Lancashire and Wyre, Doncaster East, Glasgow West from the SNP. We've got Liberal Democrats making gains as well in Harpington and Berkhamsted, as well as Melksham and Devies. And Plaid Cymru hold on to another seat, which I'm not going to try and pronounce that name.
Don't blame you. In other news, Northallerton, there appears to be something happening. The candidates appear to be assembling, so we may not be far off of a result there. Carla Denyer is currently speaking to the BBC. She, of course, won her seat in Bristol. So it looks like we may have a result for the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak shortly. And actually, it looks like we're going live to Jeremy Hunt's constituency.
Incredibly hard to stay on.
We're just fading up. This is Hazelmere. It looks like we will be having a result there very shortly, so we will stay with that for the moment. Just keep an eye on things. It looks like we're waiting on a couple more candidates before the returning officer can declare the result. We currently have, let's see, the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives, Labour, Reform, and that looks to be the Green Party there. It looks like the returning officer is coming up to the podium.
Returning officer there, potentially making history, being the first Chancellor to lose his seat. But let's listen in. Oh, his microphone isn't on, so Chris Mason's microphone's on. Chris, looking at all these big Tory names going tonight, you can see Jeremy Hunt looking pretty ashen-faced, and remind viewers that...
So for those of you who can't see the video footage because you haven't got the BBC feed on as well, the returning officer's microphone is switched off. It looks like they are trying to sort that out. This looks more promising. Here we go.
Respective body language.
And here it comes.
Oh, and
we're interrupting Jeremy Hunt because it's the Prime Minister's declaration.
Yeah, Northallerton and Richmond is about to be called as well, so 2 very important results coming up now.
Extraordinary, and the first time in history, if he were to lose his seat. It's an incredibly safe seat. Richmond in a beautiful part of North Yorkshire. It doesn't seem likely that that will happen, and yet he must have on his mind parts of the country well beyond his constituency, because as things stand,
Here we go.
To their worst defeat for many decades.
Being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Richmond.
Just a reminder, this is the result for Richmond and Northallerton, Rishi Sunak seat, and where Count Bin Face is running.
Do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows: Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308.
Count Binface gets more than 100 votes.
Commonly known as
Bingo.
Archibald Stanton, the
Not
official
quite.
of the Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omalana, commonly known as Nico Omalana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222.
Bearing in mind, we've not even got to the Labour Party or the Reform Party yet.
Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874.
So Rishi Sunak comfortably holds on to his seat there with 23,059 votes. In second place, Labour Party with 10,874. So the Prime Minister retains his seat. Scant consolation, I suspect, though.
Indeed, and also breaking, the Chancellor also retains his seat in Godalming and Ash.
Interesting. So,
albeit by the most narrow of margins from the Liberal Democrats.
Indeed. Just jumping back to Northallerton briefly, one of the other candidates is holding an L up next to the Prime Minister. Absolutely incredible. Astonishing scenes. Amazing. Interestingly enough, by the way, Count Binface has had an increase in the amount of votes. He had over 300 votes. As previously discussed in the first part of the show, his previous record in a general election was 69 votes, and that was running against Boris Johnson. So, a significant increase for the Binface party there.
Indeed, well, more like 200%.
Something like that, yes. It's a far cry from his achievement running for London Mayor, where he achieved over 24,000 votes. Again, a reminder that was around 4,000 more votes than the British National Party. Again, London, never change. Rishi Sunak speaking now. Not sure he has much to say, but let's listen in anyway.
I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then
Rishi
return
Sunak
here
concedes.
to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, an extraordinary admission on the stage from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. He has just told the country, rather than wait for the results to come in, that Labour will form the next government. He says he's called Sir Keir Starmer to concede, to congratulate Labour on winning this general election.
Well,
So,
that is
from the words
astonishing.
of
For
the
those of
losing
you...
Prime Minister leaving his count there, Labour has won this general election.
So, yes, although it is not official yet, because we do not have the required number of seats for Labour to form a majority, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, has contacted Keir Starmer by telephone within the last few minutes and has conceded. He has publicly announced at his speech at the Count in Richmond and Northallerton that Labour will form the next government. So that is a significant development. It would appear to be a foregone conclusion now anyway. I think whatever happens now is a mere formality. But Rishi Sunak there appearing to admit defeat and concede that the next government will be a Labour government and our Prime Minister will be Sir Keir Starmer. Extraordinary.
An extraordinary result, backed with an extraordinary night. We're not even. We've still got nearly over 200 constituencies still to declare, but the fact that a sitting Prime Minister is already conceding defeat is completely unprecedented, especially in modern times, with and a sitting Prime Minister basically conceding in the middle of their vote count. I can't recall that ever being done.
I mean,
certainly anytime soon.
I mean, it's in fairness to Mr. Sunak, the wind is very much blowing in a particular direction this evening. There is virtually no way that the Conservatives can come back from this. Even if they won every single seat to declare now, I think it's far too late now. The vote is just too far split. Labour have too many seats. I think in many ways he's getting ahead of the result before someone tells him it's over.
Indeed. Obviously, this is a massive blow to Rishi Sunak, as of course he didn't actually have to call this election right now. The election didn't legally have to happen until January next year, and he took the biggest gamble of his career to call the election now in the summer of 2024. And it has completely destroyed him.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to senior members of the Tory party, after the announcement, journalists reported that the Conservative Party membership were astonished and blindsided by the general election call. Despite the ongoing... what's the word I'm looking for here? The ongoing drama surrounding the betting scandals, the ongoing scandal surrounding betting on general election dates, and people placing bets against themselves to lose. And I should obviously clarify that this is from all sides of the political spectrum. A number of Tory MPs and government workers and members of the civil service, and indeed members of the Labour Party, have been drawn into this scandal. Despite this, it seems that the vast majority of the political spectrum was blindsided by the decision to call this election. Extraordinary night, really incredible. And we're seeing now breaking news: Rishi Sunak concedes defeat and has called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. Where are we at with the figures? I'm reading 303 seats for Labour on the BBC, Harvey.
Oh, we've got a lot of seats coming in now. Labour's now on 311 seats at the moment, with many more seats, including Peterborough declaring imminently. So that magic number of 326, I reckon, is going to be reached in the very near future.
Yeah, I reckon before 5 a.m. we should have a result, which I'm very relieved about because I'd quite like to go to bed now.
But, just looking at tonight, Conservatives currently are on a loss of 160 seats. Labour have gained 144 so far. It's been a pretty bad night for the SNP, having currently lost 28 seats, but a very good night for the Liberal Democrats, having gained 35 and expecting to gain a few more as well. So the political spectrum of the country has shifted very much to the left. The Tories have been sent a very clear message in that the British public think that it's time for change.
I'd say, for the old guard of the Tory party, this is very much it's all over. It will be very interesting to see what direction the party decides to go in now. They have a choice, really. They can either swing further to the right and compete with Reform, or they can swing back towards the centre in a way that David Cameron did with the party back in 2010, back when, of course, the Conservative Party formed a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats at that election. I think if you take a look at the big personalities within the Conservative Party now compared to that victory in 2010, it is a completely different party now. I think a lot of people would look at that and go, it is unrecognisable from the cabinet that David Cameron assembled. I think we have swung far more to the right-hand side of the political spectrum over the last 14 years. I don't think that's necessarily a change for the better, and I'll be interested to see now, in opposition, what the Conservative Party decides to do. Personally speaking, I hope for a swing towards centrism because, quite frankly, some of the party as is are just dreadful, dreadful people. It would be nice to see some more moderate, younger candidates with a modicum of compassion and decency in the party. But I fear I will be sorely disappointed on that score.
Indeed, and it's actually been quite a good night as well for independents. We had 2 independent gains from Labour, and we've just had another 2 as well in Dewsbury and Batley, and in Blackburn as well.
So that's taken us up, I believe, to 60, 70, 80, 90, 310, 314 I have here.
Yeah, we currently have 316 for Labour now, which is we're down to 318 now. We are just moments away from Labour.
Yeah, 326. A reminder that is that magic number. We are less than 10 seats away from a Labour government officially. As we say, Rishi Sunak has already conceded defeat and has called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. It is a foregone conclusion. But the niceties have to be observed, and of course, I think we will very shortly have it confirmed officially through the correct channels that we will have a Labour government imminently. Today is it sees the end of 14 years of Conservative government. And we're now looking forward to a vast shift in the political landscape in this country. Of course, as well as the huge Labour victory, which, as I say, very much a foregone conclusion at this point, we've seen massive losses for the Conservatives. The Liberal Democrats have done extremely well. They're heading on the up again. They are now very much a major party again, whereas perhaps they had slipped into not being such a major party. Reform have gained 4 seats. Again, a very minor number, comparable with the smaller parties such as Plaid Cymru, the Scottish National Party and the Green Party. But given the media coverage, I think we've not seen the last of Reform. I think what will happen in Parliament with Reform is certainly going to be very interesting. It is an exciting time politically, and all I can say is I hope that with a change in government and a change of direction, we can maybe start to become a kinder more compassionate country again, because I feel we have slipped out of that attitude and have become very self-absorbed as a society. It would be nice to see that change.
It certainly would. Labour are now on 324 seats. We're just 2 seats away from a majority. But what constituency is going to take that magic 326? As a Peterborough correspondent, I can confirm that Peterborough is going to be Labour, but only with a majority of just over 100 votes.
My goodness, so that's very close. My goodness. Well, we are, I think, moments away from an official result now.
There we have it. So the constituency of Blackley and Middleton South has awarded Labour a majority in the House of Commons. They have reached 326 seats to the Conservatives' current 71 seats and Liberal Democrats 44. So a massive political shift in the complete spectrum of UK politics, and we're going to be in for a very interesting day. There'll be lots of news coverage of Rishi Sunak leaving Number 10 Downing Street and Sir Keir Starmer going to see the King for the King to invite him to form a new Labour government.
A historic day, certainly.
It will be.
And a reminder that, of course, we have around 200 seats still to declare. It's very much a mopping up exercise now. We will look forward, I think, to seeing the analysis of who wins those other seats. Will the smaller parties make some more gains? Will this very much be sort of a filling out? How big a majority will the Labour Party have? We know for certain they have the required majority. There will not be a hung parliament. This is a foregone conclusion at this stage. We will have a full Labour government, no coalitions, fully Labour. So, my goodness, what an evening. What a night. What a morning. Absolutely incredible. And we're just looking over to the BBC feed now. They've not officially confirmed it yet, but I think we are mere moments away from that conclusion. As you say, Harvey, we have reached that magic 326. Extraordinary. Really extraordinary. I'm glad I did this. It's been great to see this happen live. I think I feel I would have missed out had I not done so. So I don't know how you feel about that.
Oh, definitely. Well, this is actually the first general election which I've actually stayed up for, and because a lot of the general elections, because a lot of especially younger generations like ourselves won't actually remember the Tony Blair landslide in 1997.
Indeed.
And a lot of the elections since have all been Conservative holds of power, albeit with hung parliaments within it. But this is the first time in a very long time we've had a proper change in government. And this election was always going to be an interesting one from the beginning, 6 weeks ago when Rishi Sunak took the big gamble to call it. So it's been a fantastic night. Glad to have stayed up for it, and thank you for letting me assist you on the stream.
Oh, you are very welcome. It's been amazing, and you've been a fantastic help. I was getting a little overwhelmed there, so I'm very grateful for the additional support. Thank you.
No worries, Matt.
Thank you. Right, Harvey, I will let you go, and we can enjoy the news coverage, as I'm sure we will have an official declaration very shortly. So, Harvey, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you so much. Go and get some sleep, for goodness sake.
Same goes for you,
Matt. Absolutely. You take care, mate. It's been lovely speaking to you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Matt, and thank you all to all of the viewers as well for tuning in tonight. Make sure to follow all of Matt's YouTube and Discord server. There's a lot of great content, and I'm not just saying that; he generally does.
Yeah,
so,
your check's in the post, mate.
Okay.
You take care, mate. Thank you so much. All the best. Speak soon.
Have a good night.
You too, mate. Yeah. Bye bye. Harvey there, our correspondent in Peterborough, who really dug me out of a hole this evening. Thank you very much. I do not think I will have coped anywhere near as well as I have without his assistance. So thank you very much, Harvey. We are, I think, moments away now from an official declaration in the media. We will stick around until we receive that. Before we do that, though, I think we're going to play a song. And I think to play us out, let's go with Fall Out Boy and We Didn't Start the Fire. Here we go.
Captain Planet, Arab Spring, LA riots, Rodney King, deep
and we will fade out Fall Out Boy there because two huge developments now. One, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who was running for the constituency of North East Somerset and Hanham, has lost his seat. That is a Labour gain for North East Somerset and Hanham. So Jacob Rees-Mogg will no longer be a sitting MP. And finally, we are crossing over live to central London because the BBC has just confirmed Labour wins the 2024 general election.
They are being flown behind him as Labour has racked up.
Let's hear what our new
Scotland.
Prime Minister has to say.
Let's listen in to the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
Keir Starmer there, the new Prime Minister of our country. Well, so what have we learned from the last, how long have I been streaming for? 4 hours and 52 minutes. Well, we've learned I don't know. I haven't written anything for this bit, so I'm just going to speak as I find, because I'm very tired. We've learned that maybe this country isn't quite so bad after all. There were some disappointments. I wish Reform hadn't done quite as well as they had. But that's okay. Forecast 13. Currently, only 4. Something of a relief. The Tory party is in its death throes. I'm not sure which way it goes now. They'll either lean further to the right to try and claw back some of the swing to reform, or they'll go the other way, become more centrist. Maybe get some talented people in. Some people with charisma and decency and honour, rather than a talentless shower of twats, which is what we've had for the last few years. And as for our new government, I don't fully agree with everything they believe, but it's got to be better than the alternative. And believe it or not, I think things will get better. Not immediately, but I think things will get better. And I think the important thing now is where we don't agree with our new government, thinking of trans people at this point, we should hold them to account. Write to our MPs. I know my constituency, with my new shiny Labour MP, Callum Anderson, who I'm sure is elated right now, he will be getting letters from me. And I will expect a reply. And I will expect him to go to Westminster and to behave appropriately, or he will lose my vote next time around. This is the important thing about democracy, people. We've done the easy bit. We got rid of those arseholes. Now we've got a new shiny set of arseholes. I kid. It is exciting. It's frightening. It's uncertain. I think this is a good thing. I think this country is now going to change for the better. I think there may be some choppy waters ahead. And I think we need, more than anything, to make sure we hold the new government to account. And where we disagree with their views, we tell them as such. Because, as our new Prime Minister just said, it should be country first, party second. Our MPs are there to serve us, not the other way around. That relationship has become very blurred over the last 14 years. I hope that that's now going to change. I hope that things will become better. And like I say, where I disagree with the Labour Party, and certain members of the Labour Party in particular, on certain views they hold, I will work to try and hold them to account. As I say, I will write to my new MP. I will tell him how I feel. I will tell him, I don't like this view you guys have. I want you to change. And I think if we all do that, maybe, just maybe, we can get somewhere. Or maybe not. I have to hope. I have to stay positive. How many of you are still watching? Let's have a little peek. There are still 6 of you. No, 7 of you. My God, you're all mad. Thank you for tuning in. This has been one of the best shows I've ever done. The first part was particularly good fun, all the scripted material. I have enjoyed this bit even more. Just the bouncing back and forth, the seeing the results come in, hearing people speak, the speculation, the excitement as things went one way and then the other, and wow, amazing. Historic moment. I'm glad I was part of it. The result was called 30 minutes ago. It's over. Go home. Go. I mean, technically you are home, but go to bed for heaven's sake, says the celestial toy maker, who has been to bed and is now awake again. I think he might have a point. One last check of the results. Where are we currently? As things stand right now, Labour have 356 seats. They have gained 170. The Conservatives have 74. They have lost 185. The Liberal Democrats have 47. They have gained 40. Sinn Féin have 6. I think they have held those 6. Independent candidates have gained 5. Other parties have 18 seats. Overall, a loss of 30. Pleasingly, Reform doesn't even get top billing in the BBC at the moment. I call that a result. I'm going to sleep now. I've got to get up in a minute. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Tea Time with Matt will return. I don't know when, but it will return. And I will see you all again very soon. Go subscribe to the main channel. Streaming Wednesdays are a thing. I do weekly live streams. Love you guys. Bye!
Give me your hands, show me the door. I cannot stand to wait anymore. Somebody said, be what you be. We could be old and cold and dead on the sea. But I love you more than words can say. I can't count the reasons I should stay. Give me some love, time and a dream. Give me the hope to run out of steam. Somebody said it could be here. We could be roped up, tied up, dead in a year. I love you more than words can say. I can't count the reasons I should stay.
The national anthem should have been playing over this. So just imagine it was da 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 da. God save the King. Night.